Hello, CQ. CQ75. CQ75 AM phone. Kilowatt Alpha 2 Zulu, November, India. Kilowatt Alpha 2 Zulu, November, India, calling CQ. CQ75 AM phone. And we're listening on 3885 AM radio.
Yeah. Alright, now it seems to be working. K82ZNI W3MMR, good morning. How copy?
About 1 o'clock this morning, the band went long. I was hitting the Denver and Arizona web SDRs pretty hard, so I figured the conditions might be a little bit long. Right about 3 or 4 o'clock when the guys started getting in. So, yeah, you're 10 over 9. Perfect copy here this morning so far. Subject to change, I'm sure, with the band. But, just sitting here going through the computer. Sunlight today, so I can get outside and do some work I got planned for the day. So what's the new and exciting over there? W3 MMR. K82ZNI.
Real good, Kev. K82ZNI W3MMR. Well, real good, real good. Yeah, you're coming in. You're about 10 over. When you were calling CQ, I was making coffee. I was trying to, get my coffee made there. You were, peaking around 15 over. At points when you were calling CQ, and then, change this here. And then, now you're about 5 over 9-ish. But no problem. Copying you here. Real good on the band, going real long there. Around midnight. I guess I was on until about, about 8 o'clock last night. Then I got off. Here talking with the local guys, and then went to bed, around 9 or so. And here we are. Conditions don't look like they're going to be conducive for the military radio net here at 5 o'clock. Which has been the story here as of late. Because if I'm not coming into the QIX web SDR, then then that's how I know the conditions are going to be good. Because I usually, when the conditions are good locally, I usually come in really, really good up there. So that's the story on that. So, how's work going? Staying busy? We're slowing down a bit. We've slowed down a lot this week, and we've been sending some guys home early. Not myself, fortunately, but other guys have been getting sent home early. One guy pretty much quit and isn't coming in until after all this is done because he doesn't want to take the bus because they changed his bus schedule to where he would actually get in on time, because normally he comes in at 9 o'clock and we start at 8, and the new bus schedule would have him get there at 8 o'clock, and he doesn't want to come in and he doesn't want to get picked up. So that to me tells me that he didn't want to work anyway. So that's the story on that. Hope all is going well with you at work and the family, and we'll turn it back out to you. KA2ZNI, W3MMR.
Perry, W3MMR, KA2ZNI. Yeah, you're up and down there. Sometimes I almost lose you, but then you pop right back up to about 10:15 over 9. So band is shifting around here this morning a little bit. Probably continue to do so here. But yeah, very good. Starting to get on the work. Starting to hear things are slowing down. We're staying busy, extremely busy. Fortunately, we were able to get the stores caught up the last couple of days. That they were able to afford us a Easter weekend off, paid weekend off. So that was part of the bonus package for us being so busy here the last couple of 3 weeks. So that was part of the bonus package they were throwing in, and so that's kind of nice to sit home and get paid for it. You don't have to use any vacation or anything. Now I'll have to go back out Sunday night and work probably one day, and then have my usual weekend again. So it's kind of been an oddball kind of schedule here this week. I worked or was off my 3 days. Went into work Thursday night and come home Friday morning there, and now I'm off until I go back in Sunday night, get back home Monday morning, and then have my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, and then back to work the next week. So, and it's all all regular pay. I don't lose anything out of it. So for the last 2 or 3 weeks we've been playing hell. Just kind of paid off here. Give a little bit of free. So other than that, now we've been staying busy, and stores have started to level off a little bit. I think probably because they've imposed some limits on buying things finally, and people are running out of space that was hoarding, and the normal people keep on buying as they go along. I shouldn't say normal, but some of that hoarding is kind of ridiculous too. So hopefully from here on out things will so we'll see what happens. Yeah, very good on working the locals last night. That's what we were doing. I was on about 5 or 6 o'clock and just started hearing you come in up on 85. I was down here on 80 and worked 3 guys. Yeah, 3 locals. Oh, let's see, I worked Gasman and Don BHI was in there, and Jeff SRT, and Jim was in there. Damn, I always forget his call sign. But so anyway, I had fun working those guys for a little bit last night. A couple of those guys I don't get to talk to only a couple of times out of the year because of my work schedule. So it was nice to catch them in the last night. I was up for a little while, got up about sense. I'm so used to working this shift that even on an off night, if I try to sleep through the night, I can't do it. So about the time daylight hits, I'll lay down, take a quick nap, and then I've got some work to do outside today and a little bit of work I want to do on the truck. Having a couple of reflectors and all that good stuff. W3 MMR. Back your way she comes. Hopefully we're holding up out there. A little bit of QSB this morning. KA2 ZNI.
Yeah, KA2ZNI, W3MMR. I thought I saw a carrier in there after you unkeyed. Very weak, but I don't know if you caught anyone. They might have been local to me, and I might not have been able to hear them. So, okay. Yeah, a little bit of QSB on your signal. Slow QSB. Not real rapid, but nothing, real bad. My cat, well, it's not my cat, it's my sister's cat. I'm cat sitting, and now it's turned into extended cat sitting because I like the thing. And she's like, well, you can hold on to him for a little while. I was like, okay. The cat's in there freaking out, running around like a nut. The cat seems to want to sleep all day, and then at night, and when it's dark out and early in the morning, the cat is wide awake. And so that's the story on that. And well, that was nice of them to give you guys a paid weekend off here for Easter. And well, I hope you had a good Friday. Good Friday yesterday. I don't know if you celebrate it or if you're real religious or anything, but we used to go to church for Good Friday and when I was a kid, but not anymore. But anyway, that's good that they gave you guys off. Paid weekend off there to show their appreciation, and I'm sure you guys needed it, and yeah, I guess you're probably stuck on that sleep schedule, being up all night, and probably almost impossible. That'd be like me trying to, well, I can sleep pretty much, any time, but like sleeping all day and then being up all night, I can't do that. I mean, I could take naps throughout the day, but come nighttime when the sun goes down, and it hits 9 o'clock, I'm ready for bed, and I'm not rip roaring and raring to go. I'm ready for a good night's sleep. And yeah, I didn't hear any. Maybe I was. You guys, I did see a couple signals on 80 yesterday evening. But I guess I wasn't really paying attention to who it was. And like I said, I got out of there around 8-ish. And usually Jerry's the first one I can hear, generally. Or if Craig gets on, I can hear him on 80. Because when it's pretty much local here, Craig's pretty much local to me. He's within that earshot, so he comes in real strong. But the guys further west, it really takes the band going pretty long for me to really hear guys in the evening. Then the conditions here in the morning sometimes are weird. It'll be really good local and distance all the way out to you. So that's the story on that. Excuse me. And yeah, things have really slowed down at work. I knew it was coming. We were kind of fortunate. Things were kind of, business as usual up until this week, which was kind of weird. And then all of a sudden it just dropped off like it jumped off a cliff. I mean, it went from, doing $3,000 a day to doing $400 or $500 a day. And we need to make just under $13,000 to break even for the week after payroll and paying all the other bills, and we're only at, I think, about $4,000 this week right now. And today's the end of the week, so we're way behind. So if the beginning of next week starts out like this week did, we're going to be trimming some fat, and unfortunately, and laying a guy off. Then it'll be just me and one other guy. Pretty much the bare bones at the shop. So, fingers crossed it doesn't get to that, but it's looking that way, and it's looking that way really for everybody. And I think some people who were eligible for those stimulus checks were started to get them last night. A couple friends of mine I saw said that, I don't think they were joking either, that they got their checks yesterday. So people who got under the cut should be getting their money soon. The money to put back into the economy. Back out to UCAV, KA2ZNI, and let's see, I guess maybe if there was a breaker in there. W3 MMR.
I'm the number 7 man. Exactly, number 7 man.
Alrighty, Perry. Yeah, I saw a little bit of carrier when I unkeyed there that last time, and now I didn't hear anything when you passed it back. Let me see if someone's in there. KA2ZNI, we have a breaker in there. Go ahead. I don't know, he's keying up too fast. Come on, he was halfway through his call and unkeyed, so give me a chance here. Let me unkey a second and see if I can call you out of there. Just right in my noise. I can tell there's somebody there, but the modulation isn't even breaking the noise. I've only got about a 4 noise level there. Maybe try to get here a little bit here after I pass it back over to Terry, because the band's just shifting all over the place. So I tried twice, but just a little bit of carrier on the pan adapter. W3 MMR, what did you say? We knew it was all coming, and it seemed like that's probably a lot of areas, including yours. Nobody.
Use a dummy load, please.
Telling a couple of the other guys, that, it's a two-edged sword with these gas prices. Yeah, it's great that it's around $1 a gallon, but, on the other side of the coin, why is it $1 a gallon? So I think we all know the reason for that one. So I think here in town right now it's down to 97 cents a gallon is I think the cheapest I've seen. And then my wife and I get another 5 cents discount because we're members for that particular gas station. So right now we're getting it for 92 cents a gallon. And if I was looking right, looks like some people were reporting high 70s, low 80 cents, per gallon out in the Midwest somewhere, Oklahoma, I think it was. So yeah, it's gonna put a hurting on things for a while, and hopefully this stimulus package will get some people, refrigerator stocks and all that good stuff. And then so far, for some guys, it's really not affecting anything. My dad was on me years ago when I first got out of school and
please use a dummy load.
Decided to I didn't think too much about it at the time, but I guess he was right, obviously. So, unless things really drastically, seriously change or something really crashes bad, so far, knock on wood, it's been, business as usual for us.
Do you not hear the guy transmitting?
So we'll see what happens. You know, all we can do is ride it out and hope for the best. I mean, I feel sorry for a lot of these small business owners that have had their doors basically closed from the beginning. Got a feeling that we're going to see a few of them remain that way once things take off. I don't think they're going to be reopening their doors. So I've already seen that with a couple of the local businesses around here. So that's kind of sad to see. So any of the businesses that are still open, like restaurants that are doing takeout or delivery, we're doing business with them and doing our part to kind of pass the buck around and get some things here, get some things there. For now, staying away from the big conglomerates like Walmart and Target and some of them other ones, trying to spend their money here in town to keep the little guy going. So we'll see what happens. So last night we were on early. I think Jerry was on about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I finished up with the other guys probably about 6 or 6:30. Last night they were 11 o'clock. I still had some pretty good conditions. I mean, they were a little bit longer. Kimtron, he was coming in at 20 over. There's another guy out there in eastern Pennsylvania. He was coming in 10, 20 over. And at the same time, I was hearing a guy in Illinois coming in here at about 10 to 20 over. So it was just right at the end, because an hour later, the guy in Illinois started. And that was about the time all those guys bailed. Then I started listening around on the other WebXCRs, and now it's hitting the West Coast pretty good. So I knew the band had finally fell apart there. So anyway, very good on the kitty cats. We got 2 of them here, and same thing. They love to sleep during the daytime and tear it up at night. We've got one indoor cat and one indoor-outdoor cat. The indoor-outdoor cat's mine, and the indoor cat's my wife's. so she'll come in and out during the nighttime here while I'm playing on the radio. I'll go let her in for a while, and then she'll want out, and I'll let her out. And they're a lot of fun. The one we've had, the indoor cat we've had for 8 years. Picked him up when we lived down in Arizona. And the indoor-outdoor cat, she was kind of here when we bought the house. She was a totally outside kitty. Didn't even want to come around. It was pretty wild. And now she's just the same as can be when she's inside. Turned out to be a real good cat. So, what are you on this morning, Perry? Sounds like you're on your Anon. I know you kind of bounce back and forth between that and the DX100. But wonder what you're running out there this morning. I'll throw it back to you and leave a little pause in there, see if I can't pull that breaker out if he's in there, or if somebody else might be getting ready to join. W3 MMR, back your way she comes. KA2 ZNI.
For Kilo.
All right, I heard Henry and Bud. And Henry and Bud. And 480Q WO4K. Good morning. Yeah, there was a bunch of carriers while you were talking there, Kez. So I knew somebody was going to key up. I was hoping it wasn't malicious. But anyway, good signal up here, Bud, and good signal, Henry. We'll see how you're hearing them, Kev. I'll make a short one here because I know we're 9 minutes to net time here, so we'll move it down. Send it to you, Henry. Henry, you send it to Bud, WO4K, and then by that time it might be. I'll send it back up to Kevin, Z and I, because Kevin, I don't know if you want to stick around for the net or the military radio net if you want, or I don't even know if the conditions are going to be good for it, so probably not. I may move off and go down just on sideband or something, but we'll see how things go. Real quick, I'm always into spending money at small businesses. I have a little deli up the street from me that I buy all my lunch meat from. It's a little more expensive, but it's in my neighborhood. I mean, it's on my block, so I try to buy my bread there, my milk there. If I need cereal or soda, I buy it there. I buy all my lunch meats there. So I'm real into that, and that's a real good thing. It's real good to hear, Kev. Good long and short conditions last night. Like I said, I was out of there probably by 8 o'clock, so it was still pretty short. But it's been nice that the band's been especially with the time change. I don't get off work till 6, so in the middle of winter, like the band was already long by the time I get home, so it was kind of depressing. And then when I would get on 160, not many people were on, and if they did get on, they got on later. So by the time I got home, come a half hour, 45 minutes and not operating, I'm ready for bed already. It's hard for me to get remotivated at 9 o'clock to get on 160 after I've already been sitting on the couch for a couple hours, And I'm currently live streaming now, guys, if you guys want to check it out. On my Facebook page. I'm live streaming on my YouTube channel, the AM Window, so just search that, the AM Window, on YouTube, and I'm searching on twitch.tv/the AM Window, twitch.tv, like Twitch, like you're twitching, .tv/the AM Window. And I am on the Anon this morning, Kevin, and the reason being is because I'm live streaming and I haven't got it set up for a live stream over on the DX100 yet, which I'm trying to work out the kinks with that. I got to get another webcam, so that's the story on that. So down to you, Henry. Henry, turn it to Bud, and Bud, you can send it back up to Kevin. We have 6 minutes until net time here. Ted's probably listening, so down to you, Henry. N4EDQ, W3MMR.
And here is Whiskey Oscar 4 Kilo. Gentlemen, good morning. It's Bud in Dunedin, and here it's 66 degrees, and I think we're probably on our way up to about 85 below. So summer's back, and certainly it sounds like the summertime band conditions are with us once again. I am getting a lot of static crashes in here, and you guys are a little bit difficult to copy. Wasn't sure who I'm supposed to give it to. So I'm just going to, I think I'm supposed to give it over to Kevin. So Kevin, if you're listening, go ahead and take it. This is Whiskey Oscar 4 Kilo.
Alrighty, WO4K. This is KA2Z, and I'm going to make this my final, since the net is getting ready to start. Good morning to you, Bud. Call here is a kilowatt. November, India. And you got the names correct. We're up here in central Wisconsin, 150 mile west of Milwaukee. Good morning to you, Henry. Got a good signal up here this morning. Everybody's doing a nice job here this morning so far. That I've heard. So if you disregard too bad with this one on the long side of things, but not too bad. So very good on everything, Perry, and I'll probably catch up with you later on. Now I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to stick around for the net. I'll probably leave it, and I'll sit here in listen mode and see how the net goes here this morning. But I'm gonna, and I'll be in here a little bit later on somewhere. So say 73 to you guys. Have a good morning in the meantime. Great to hear you on, Henry. I don't think we've worked before, Bud, but great to hear you on this morning. Sounding great up here, and 73 to you, Perry, and thank you for the information on the live stream there. Still there? Catch you guys later. W3MMR, KA2ZNI, going into listening mode. Catch y'all later.
Hey, there's Jimmy. Good morning, Jimmy. Good to hear you, buddy. It's been a while. K5NSN breaking in. Well, let me see if Ted is in there. W3PWW. I doubt if he is in there, he's hearing me. So, what I'll do is I'll try to turn it over to him. And Henry, if you're hearing me, or Bud, actually, Henry said he wasn't really hearing me well, so I'm gonna try to turn it to Ted. If I don't get a response, Bud, see if you can turn it to Ted, W3PWW, and see if he's in there. W3PWW here in the old military radio pre-net. 2 minutes to net time. This is W3MMR.
KWW, Ted, this is Whiskey Oscar 4 Kilo. It's your turn. Go ahead and make one.
Don't have to have military gear to check in. Just an net control is spawning W3PWW, Whiskey 3, Papa Whiskey, located near Hanover, PA. Looks like we have one station on frequency so far, W04K, with a nice signal coming into PA this morning. Anyone else have one, please call now.
November 4, Echo Delta Queen. Echo Delta Queen.
Yeah, Bud, you're gonna have to do some relaying. Let him know I'm in there.
Okay, I have
Relaying. Let him know I'm in there.
Anyone else? Okay, I have
Relaying. Let him know I'm in there.
Also on. Anyone else, please, over.
W3, can somebody relay him to him and let him know I'm in here?
Is that you in there, Jeep? Okay, I have K5NSN. Anyone else, over?
W3MMR.
Okay, I have W04K, W4H.
W3MMR.
Go ahead.
All right, I guess nobody's hearing me. I guess I can't get a relay. W3MMR.
He was checking out this.
Then the N4EDQ, KN4R, and K5NSN with a nice signal out into Pennsylvania this morning. Go ahead, John. W4HWT, W3PWW. Go ahead.
Okay, Ted, W3PWW and the old military radio net. This is John, W4HWT here in North Carolina. Pretty good signal for us, a little stronger when you first started. Trying to break in, and long and you didn't hear them. I don't know whether it's still around. About 34 degrees, right chilly, and I can tell with the moon shining on the clouds, so we're kind of really got a little food waiting here in spring. We thought spring was here, but it looks like Mr. Frost is still around, and I think we'll have some more next week as well. I won't keep it any longer, Ted, so if they pass it on down the line, I didn't hear the W4EDQ, I believe it was. W4EDQ, W4HWT, and the old military radio net. Over.
Yeah, Q.
Yeah, thanks, John. W4HWT, W3MMR. Yeah, it's real rough this morning here, so I guess I'm going to make this my one and done here this morning. I was in here nice and early, and then things kind of got jumbled up there. And so, yeah, with that being said, we'll say 7-3. Thanks, Ted, for getting on here, running the net this morning. I don't know who I turn it to or or anything like that. Good morning to Jeep and the rest of the crew. We'll say 7-3 and catch up with you guys next weekend or maybe a little bit later when conditions improve. Back over to you, John. You guys guess you could send it back up to Ted. You seem to be one of the ones that can hear me. W4HWT, W3MMR, 7-3.
MMR, Perry said he would sign out, but might be back if conditions improve. W3PWW, W4HWT, standing by. Ted, W3PWW, W4HWT returning. Okay, doing okay, Ted. Appreciate the question, and I hope you're doing okay. I think about you every day just about, especially on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and hope you're able to stay safe with the virus going around. I understand Pennsylvania's breaking out pretty heavily there with the stuff and so forth. It's gotten not too bad here in North Carolina, but nothing compared to, of course, New York, New Jersey, and things like that. But in our local area, it's not too bad right now, but the cases are kind of spiking up. Mecklenburg County, Charlotte area is really quite hit pretty hard. And you might put Steve, KD3HT, on the list in the place of Perry, W3MMR, since he's signed out. I don't know whether you copied. I copied Steve very good. and I could barely tell Brian at KN4. All right, now I couldn't hardly read him the last time. Of course, we're kind of close in, so close skip is not going to do the trick there, and so forth. I imagine it's kind of chilly up at your neck of the woods here this morning, Ted. So with that, Ted, I'm going to turn it back to you and let you pass it to Brian, KN4R, because he might not be copying me there. 73PWW, 7.17, and old military. Ted, you took a fade there. Said something about feeling unsafe. I don't think you felt safe or whatever. I'm not sure what you said there, but anyway, just we think about you every day and pray that you stay safe there, because it's kind of risky business out running around, I suppose, now, especially in the medical world and whatever. Steve, I'll pass it to him since I've done made my round there. KD3HT, W4HWC, and Old Military Radio Net standing by for you. Hope you're still there, Steve. Over.
Tower's been here for a couple of years. It's just laying horizontally outside. While this beam has given a pretty decent account of itself, looking at the specs for the Telerex, those came along kind of right out of left field one day. Were up. They belonged to a chap who has passed away now, who was who was a career Air Force guy. Gee, I wonder if do I know somebody else who was career Air Force? Geez, I think maybe I do somewhere. Some guy, some really good guy that lives in Maryland, if I remember right. Anyway, I digress. They were up. He had them up in the late '80s, early '90s for about 4 years over in Germany. And he was from Wisconsin, northwestern Wisconsin, and he retired from there. And the Air Force was kind enough to bring him back to the U.S. and they've been in the crates ever since. So they've only they're barely broken in, Russ. So that's what's going up. And this Rowan 55 tower is stable enough to handle it. I'm going to put an additional 2 sections on the up the tower, and move the guy lines up about 5 feet apiece. Go to 40 to 50, 100, and then the top section will be in the top guy post will be at about 135. So that's what's in store. Got the crane guy lined up. It's just a matter of when we can start doing stuff around here. I'm looking at alternative camp down here, and that may happen. Anyway, we'll see. So that's the short version of the antenna story. I was fortunate enough to the chap that had him had all the original documentation from Microsolino, and I got all that. And there's no damage to any of them. They're all in good shape, no rust. I'll do a little bit of cleaning up. The 20-meter one actually is here. It's just the other ones that I have to transport down from central Wisconsin. Anyway, good morning, good evening, everybody. Chris, good to hear you, man. Your signal has been just a constant 15 over 9. Russ and Joe are both about 25 over. After the band opened up a little bit, it was amazing. So it's indeed been a pleasure. Joe, okay on the rotor thing. Well, get the engineer in charge to man the switches there, or lady the switches. I guess I should put it that way. Take care, everybody. Well, Lord willing, we'll see you another morning here pretty quick. W5JI in the group, W4KO.
Yeah, very well, Stan. Really enjoyed it. And you have a good evening, a good morning, rather, you and your lady, and go from there. What I'll do is get that thing organized and take a look at it and see how it goes. I'm wondering if you, off the top of your head, would know how to increase the speed of the waterfall on the Annan. I guess there is a point. And as I'm talking, I'm watching it, and of course it breaks with a line. I need to put it on manual. Oh, that came out real nice. Anyway, we'll have words, Stan. Yeah. Well, that's great. I know you'll get all that organized and work up real well. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, it was, It doesn't show any output, but the pattern got screwed up somehow. We'll just have to take a look. Oh, that's what it was. Had it in the wrong slot. Operator trouble. Yes, it's been a good one. It's been over an hour, and the band has really been extremely nice. And I'm going to say adios myself. I am anxious to get outside and look, but we're still about an hour and two hours away from plenty of daylight where I can get out there and open up that box and see what's going on. Hopefully I'll have it fixed by tomorrow. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, that's kind of funny, Chris. No front to back because it didn't move. Russ, I enjoyed it. Say hi to Brad. I guess he'll show up in about 30 minutes. BK2SR and others, been my pleasure. W5JI. See you later. Is that directed to me? Which, that's the, I've got the LP 700, yes, sir. Yeah, I don't look at it under any other deal than the PEP. I've looked at the trapezoid once because I got an extra sampler so you can watch it. Yeah, it's pretty good, Chris, but I think the 500 is identical, but the screen is not quite as large. It's a fairly decent sized box. It's about 6 inches tall, about 8 inches deep, and about 11 inches wide. But it's very good, Chris. But to be honest with you, I've really never fooled much with it. Over.
Okay, Russ, this will be my final. W8BOZ, W4KR. Good. Joe, when I first became aware of these, the potential availability of these things, I did some model looking and looked at, because I had the brochures and the dimensions. and the individual. I had copies of the individual blueprints that Ercolino put out with the beams of them and then the fellow that was handling the estate up there sent the files up there. I paid for the things back in November. So, and he's kind enough to he has them in a barn up there. Anyway, I got the original blueprint, and I have one set of them laminated, so they're hanging on the wall here. Anyway, what I was going to say is it's amazing. I looked at did some modeling exercises, and Mike Ercolino sure knew what he was doing, because he is right on. He was right on the money. Right on the money as far as element spacing was concerned. He had it right. So it's it'll be fun. I'm especially interested in the 40-meter one. It's gonna that 4-element 20 with its long boom is going to outrun what's up there now. And likewise, it's full size, so it's going to be a better. It's going to be broader, and my expectation is that I'm going to that after I get the 40-meter beam, 40-meter one running, that I'm going to get an email from the BK2SR wanting me to reimburse them for the cost of a new S meter. But time will tell. With that, good morning, everybody. Take care. Joe, good luck with the getting the beam, getting the rotator going. Sounds like dirty connection, but good luck with it. Chris, be well, my man, and good luck to you. Talk to you, Lord willing, talk to you tomorrow morning. We'll see what's going on around the world. W5JI and the group W4KR. Joe, see you down 75 later. W4KR. Go ahead, Joe.
KD3HT in the old military radio net. This is Brian, KN4R returning. Okay, very good. Well, I'm copying you just fine, Steve. You sound terrific down here. And, I'd rather be spending time on radio projects in the yard, but I'm getting pretty close to being done, so maybe my wife will take me off the hook for a bit. But, yeah, she's jumped right into retirement. Been spring cleaning, and every other day she cooks something. So I'll probably weigh 400 pounds here shortly. But anyway, I'm copying Ted just fine this morning. John's right at the noise level, and Steve coming through okay for those parts as well. Good morning to me, and also the other Mike, K3MKJ. Copied both you guys pretty much here. So anyway, you know, like everybody else is waiting for the band to straighten out. Steve, I get worried a bit when I think about you moving things around down there because I don't think you have anything that weighs under 100 pounds. So just be careful. And,
Hey, no doubt about it, man. No doubt about it.
That's all.
Sounding good, man. Nice caliber got you guys all fixed up.
Don't be scared about the minutes. We're still rolling,
The old military radio.
Like him out.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to get on you right now. I just hit the record button.
I think we can today.
All you gotta do. Hey, no doubt about it, me too. I gotta go.
Okay, Jeep, K3HVG, this W4HWT returning. Copied you good. You're really quite strong. I didn't copy Brian at all, and he's probably not copying me. We're too close together. He's probably about, maybe 100 miles, 120 miles probably as the bird flies. Anyway, if the bird's out flying, it's early in the morning. Ted, I'm going to turn it back to you. Chief just got through making a transmission, and he didn't know who it goes to, and I'm not too sure if I've got it down here correctly. The other stations, I didn't copy them at all, or just heard them in there a little bit. So back to you, Ted. W3, and by the way, Ted, if you copy, don't forget to maybe you can call out W3, CWW, W4HWT, standing by, over.
Yeah. W2SDR, W3MMR.
Yeah, copy.
Hey, good morning. W3MMR.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for my coffee.
Were you walking around with the laptop?
Oh, I'm in upstairs on the computer.
Ah, cool.
I didn't turn the laptop on yet.
Yeah, you're fancy over there. You got all that fancy stuff.
Oh, yeah. Like the experiment with all that, you know, see what the minimum, but all the stuff works with the software and all, you know, easy hookup.
How's it work on there? Works real well? Does it, like, glitch free?
Oh, yeah, it's glitch free. Turn about 15 to 20%. And, you know, I'm using them real slow audio drivers for VAC because the sound, you know, I'm using the built-in sound in the laptop, so you got to use MME with 2048 buffers and everything.
Oh, wow.
You can go a little faster. I think I'm 1024 buffers now, and that's good enough. I was thinking of trying that little plug-in microphone later on today, see if that works. So I'm just using the thing's got two microphones built in. Works okay. I don't want to start tacking stuff on it. I mean, anybody could do that. Tack on a monitor, tack on a, you know, a Focusrite, tack on speakers. You know, you got a computer.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. That built-in microphone last night sounded better than a lot of people do with, studio microphones and audio gear and all this stuff. Yeah, you could hear the fan a little bit in the background and the echo from the room, but it definitely wasn't the way Brian and Clark were saying. Oh, it sounds like you're in the cockpit of an airplane, and it actually sounded really good. And if you want to hear it, I can find where it was on my live stream and tell you where to go and where you can hear it yourself.
I'm just using the TXEQ. Like I told you before, man, if you know what you're doing, I EQ'd that in about a minute and a half. Sort of real quick curve, because I know what those condenser mics need a little bit. And I'll send you a picture of the curve, man. I did that in about a minute and a half. And adjust the mic level so it's hitting the zero. No CFC, none of that. Just the space bar and start talking.
How far away from the mic were you?
Oh, the mic, you know where they have on the laptop where they have the cameras like at the top of the screen?
Yeah, were you like leaning over and like kissing the screen?
Oh, no. I was using one of my snack trays, like the wooden snack trays, and I'm right up to it. So the keyboard, I'm touching the keyboard like I would be a piano. About 2 feet from that mic.
Yeah, well, it sounded good. Yeah, when we get done here, I want to find where where that was on the live stream and send it to you, because I was thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, that's good for he needs an Ethernet cable. Kind of wish the software would run on a Wi-Fi, which would make it a lot nicer, but all you need is a cable. I could put an Ethernet port anywhere in the house. Laptop in, or in the bedroom or anything. Lay the laptop on the bed and key it up and start talking. I can control the whole amplifier on my smartphone. Got an app for the amp on the smartphone, so I can control that. And so anywhere in the house, I got an Ethernet cable that's sitting on top of the bed. I can be laying in bed and talking on the radio.
That's awesome, man.
Oh, stuff too. See this, everything's on it. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll see you in a second. 1 2 test. Testing Vox 1 2. Hello Vox test. Testing Vox 1 2. Vox test. Vox test. All right, Vox seems to be working. Hello Vox, testing Vox 1 2. Vox 1 2 test. Hello test. W3 MMR testing. Vox W3 MMR. No Vox dropouts. 1 2 test. Awaiting the return of the one and the only W2 SDR. Whiskey 2 Sierra Delta Romeo. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. The SM7B this morning. Switch back to the Shure SM7 Bravo. SM7B. 1 2. Hello test. ALC group. Yay. Testing 1 2. Hello test. I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back.
Got the box set?
Yep, it's set. Ladies and gentlemen, he is back.
Okay.
Live streaming around the World Wide Web.
Right when they opened for seniors. They're shelves. They hardly had anything here.
Really?
Oh, I got what I could get. I know BJ started opening up an hour earlier for seniors, so I got there, some of it had to be refrigerated. ShopRite, so I drove all the way home, put it away, then went to BJ's. With tons of stuff. Man, I must have 40 rolls of paper towels now.
Why?
They finally had the Bounty in stock, and I got everything you can imagine.
Jesus Christ.
I got 2 boxes of them pretzels. I got those super pretzels.
Oh, you're going to turn into a pretzel.
Oh, no, that stuff lasts forever. But I got a coupon, $4 off. Coupon. Altogether, I saved about $40. And I don't have to go out. I've been going out only about every 3 weeks. Get food, and I don't buy anything out. I mean, this is all making food here. I'm all stocked up.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Jeez. Oh, now that I got a BJ's credit card, their gas is the cheapest anyway. I have one that are 5 cents a gallon. Cheap, I paid $1.71. I paid $1.40 something.
Oh my God! What's regular gas? What's it over there? Everywhere else?
I can't remember, but I get cash back with the BJ. I only use my BJ's MasterCard at BJ's, and when I go, I get a lot of stuff and get it at a good deal. Running out to the grocery store all the time, but I didn't need toilet paper. I already had toilet paper from the last time, and then had toilet paper since Michelle was here. So we used to always buy a lot of stuff. I have 75 rolls of toilet paper.
Well, you're the reason why there's a toilet paper shortage.
Oh no, you get at BJ's. It comes in hot toilet paper, 1,000 sheet rolls. Packages of 35 rolls.
Holy moly. You use that Scott, don't you?
Yeah, the regular Scott.
That stuff's a one-ply, wipe your butt with cardboard. That stuff needs to be banned.
Peanut butter butt.
That stuff needs to be banned. I get my toilet paper from the dollar store across the street because I can't find toilet paper around here. I go on the ShopRite. I've gone to Giant. I've gone to Save-A-Lot. And the other day, and there was no toilet paper, but the dollar store across the street from work has it. And you get a little 4-pack of, real nice soft stuff. It's almost like Charmin, but it's, off-brand. $1.50 for 4 rolls. And those 4 rolls will last me forever. They 4 rolls will last me, well over a month. And, a couple months. And, I don't have to buy that stuff. So I don't go and buy, a ton of rolls at a time. That stuff lasts me. But I would like to get some paper towels. I don't ever have paper towels. I usually use rags. I have a whole, a basket full of rags that my mother gave me from her cleaning business. She bought a whole ton of rags. They're like shop rags, but they're blue. And then, I use them and to dry my hands off and stuff. And, but I would like to have some paper towels to wipe some stuff up, Yeah,
I know what they are. I know those towels. Like, for example, Dial soap. Dial Gold soap. I get a big pack of 20 bars. $9.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I get that's all kinds of stuff that I get at BJ's because it doesn't go bad. And it's such a great deal if you got the money to buy it all up front. And you got plenty of it. Who wants to keep running out of soap? You got to stop just bringing a bar of soap, 2 bars of soap. Give me a break.
Well, you see, I don't use the bar soap. I can't stand the bar soap. I use body wash, but I get a giant bottle, like a giant pump bottle from Amazon. It's like $4 for this Dial body wash and shampoo in one. And that big thing, like I said, it's about $4, and that lasts me about 2 months. And I get those automatically sent to me. I'm subscribed. You do the Amazon subscribe thing where they send you, they'll send you whatever item it is for every couple months or however long you choose, and it's a little bit cheaper. So every 2 months they send me a thing of soap there, and then that's what I use. But that's a ridiculously good deal. 20 bars of soap, that'll last you like 2 years.
Yeah, I can do the same thing with toothpaste, kinds of stuff. But I admit, I stepped it up because of the virus a little bit, the quantity, so I don't have to go as much. But that's that, so... And, you know, I make sure that all the stuff I get, if I get a lot, that stuff that's not going to go bad, I'm going to use anyway. So I don't have... But nobody's got lunch meat, but BJ's lunch meat counter was open. I got a pound of corned beef. I love that, man. You know, a loaf of rye bread. They had plenty of all that stuff. Plenty of all their lunch meat. Wasn't crowded. That's that, so...
I get my lunch meat down the street here at the little deli down the street. They never run out. They always got bread there. Like trying to get bread at Save-A-Lot, it's impossible. They haven't had bread at Save-A-Lot in weeks. I buy that honey wheat bread. It's really, really good. I got away from the white bread because everybody was telling me you don't eat it, blah blah blah, it ain't good for you. So I got away from the white bread and found that honey wheat I really like and enjoy. And then the lunch meat down the street's more expensive than say going to, Brookhaven Deli or to Rollin or something like that. But it's still it's Dietz and Watson, okay, and I'm supporting a small local business that's part of my neighborhood. You know what I mean? So I don't mind paying the extra money and putting it in their pockets as opposed to Walmart or a big place, you know what I'm saying? So I enjoy doing that. But what was I gonna say, man? We were slow yesterday, boy, and I think one of the guy that was supposed to get fired and the guy that the no call no show guy that owes a bunch of money to the owner, and that's the reason he hasn't been fired, is probably going to get laid off next week.
Oh, I thought he quit.
No, the one guy quit. The one guy, the one other technician who does some of the big jobs, he quit because the bus schedule changed, and he doesn't want to show up to work on time. His bus would get him there before. He would show up at 9 o'clock every day is when his bus would drop him off there, and now they're on a Saturday schedule. SEPTA's on a Saturday schedule, so his bus would get him to work on at 8:15. Now, and he doesn't want to take the bus earlier, so we offered to pick him up. Me and Dan offered to split time giving him rides. I'll do half a week, Dan does the other half of the week, and he still said no. So,
but that guy, he's definitely gone.
What? Who?
Bus guy is definitely gone.
The boss guy is definitely gone.
Bus guy.
Oh yeah, he's gone, but I don't know if he's gone for good, but he's gone for the foreseeable future.
All right, let me let this cat out.
Yeah, no problem. This cat over here has been running around like a mad kitty all morning. Maria, come here. Come say hi to your grandpa.
Now, don't give it too much catnip.
Nah, I haven't given her any. She doesn't seem to like... I don't know if she doesn't like it or something. Like, I'll put a little bit, like on the... I'll be sitting there petting her. I'll be sitting on the floor with her, and she'll be, coming up and rubbing on me and meowing and playing and stuff. And I'll go, put the catnip, right in front of her nose on the floor, and she, just doesn't even pay any mind.
Some cats are like that with it. I don't know.
But the cat does love the little treats I give her, though, boy. She loves them things.
Yeah, I know. It'll be on you all the time for them things.
Oh, and every time I come downstairs now, because I do, that at night, with the little food, on the plate, the wet food, and... What the hell was that?
Have
Oh, it's the, computer behind me making a bunch of noise. And some RF in the shack here this morning. So I I put the food out at night, and now every time I go in the kitchen, that's all she wants. She meow, 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 going right over to the plate on the floor.
Yeah, she did. spoiled. They're like kids. Creatures of habit. They know that you have them things, and that's why once you start, you can't stop.
You talk about being different from a dog. I mean, it's night and day.
Oh, yeah.
As far as, personality goes. Like, what they want and how they want it. They want things, exactly the same every time. If they don't, they're sure as hell going to let you know if you're doing something right. And I enjoy her, and she's going to stick around for a while. Jackie asked if I wanted to hold on to her for a little bit, and I said yeah. And I guess she said she's going to drop off some more food and some litter for her there. And I found out about the cat scratch post. She's got a W3 on the mark for ID. She's got one of them cardboard ones. You ever seen them?
Yeah, they can lean up against a wall or something.
Right.
Yeah, that's good. There, we have them at the shelter. Like in the morning when I get up, I usually have 4 cats in here. Mario will want to go out immediately. We keep him in at night now, and Rusty and Gracie, she's the light-colored cat. They all come in and stand right next to me there, or sit right next to me while I'm making my coffee. Gracie will meow her head off because she wants to get petted every morning. And they're all the same. I have to give them attention, talk to them, say, good morning, and then rub them and everything else. Got to do that while I'm making the coffee, or else they won't leave me alone. But I only have to do it for 2 or 3 minutes, give them a lot of attention, and then they'll walk away and go about their business, and I may not even see them for an hour.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's kind of how she is. I do the exact same thing. She wants a whole bunch of attention when I get up in the morning, and she's trying to, when I'm in there making my coffee, she's meow, 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 rubbing and, against my leg, and give her a little bit of attention for a little bit. Then she follows me in here in the shack and rubs against my leg when I first sit down for, first couple minutes, and she goes back upstairs and goes back to sleep.
I talk to my cats, though, because there ain't nobody else to talk to.
I do the same thing.
I talked to him all day. I said, Rusty, even this morning, because Rusty now, he'll lay down on the carpet and roll over on his back and want me to rub his stomach. And a lot of cats aren't like that. You can't even go near that, or else they'll bite you or scratch you. But Rusty likes it. I always say, Rusty, you better, because I tell that cats they all have deeds to their property. So you better not lose your deed.
You're wearing their little deeds around their neck.
Hey, or come on our property, because this is your place, so you make sure you carry your little deed everywhere you go.
Yep, right there in the little vial on their collar.
Your little deed.
I remember you telling me that before, man. You had me crying. I was laughing so hard.
Oh, my God. So they don't know what I'm saying, but they know the inflection in your voice. They know that it's friendly, and they know you're directing whatever sounds you're making towards them.
That's right. And I don't know how true this is, but I heard that cats don't communicate with each other by meowing. It's not like they talk back and forth, like meow meow, hey meow meow. It's like they talk to humans that way. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know how they communicate. They get an awful lot from the sense of smell. They can tell an awful lot from everything from all of them.
It's crazy, man. Animals are crazy beings.
They love to sit where I have sit. Like if I'm sitting in a certain spot, if I get up and start doing something else, I'll come back and they're sitting where I was sitting because they know it's me that was there.
Really? That's pretty cool.
Cool, hell yeah. I got a webinar today at 11, a Yaesu webinar.
What's it about?
About sending pictures, messages, text messages, stuff like that on Fusion radios. I'm a little confused about some of that. I don't care too much about the pictures, but text messages, like leave messages for people, then when they turn the radio on, you can see a message somebody left you and stuff and all that kind of stuff. I haven't even been involved with any of that yet.
Well, that's pretty cool. Like, if you get a call for somebody and they're not there, you can leave them a message.
When I went to yesterday, Tony was tracking me. I was talking to him. He's tracking me the whole time on his computer. On the APRS website is an overlay of Google Maps. It sees me going down the roads I'm on, and what you can do with the way I configured my radio, it's a little complicated, but I programmed the second receiver in there, and the second part of the radio is APRS. That's the positioning thing. It sends out a digital packet, like every so often, to put your position out, the satellite. And what I did was I could key the mic while it's doing that, and like other people that are driving around that have APRS or that are home with an APRS, normally you keep your volume down so you don't hear that digital blurb. It sort of sounds like what a fax machine sounds like, or if you're listening to like FT8 or something. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Puts out about a 3 or 4 second packet with all your location information. I set it up so I can talk on the same frequency. What I do is I key the mic and I say APRS voice alert. This is W2SDR voice alert, W2SDR. Well, somebody else is driving around with APRS on in their mobile. Normally they wouldn't hear anything because it just lights up on the screen, everybody in their area. But if you talk, the voice comes out of the radio. And somebody can answer me back and say, I'm within range of you. I can see you're only a few miles away. Let's go over to 5.2 Simplex and have a conversation, or let's go to this repeater or something. Automatically, you can find out what hams are right in your area that are on the air that you can talk to.
Man, that's pretty cool. That's a hell of a technology that's really, in my opinion, surpassing, anything else similar to it. It's like really groundbreaking, some of the stuff that they're doing. W3MMR.
Hey, I was talking to Tony here on 75 earlier, and he heard that I was going out. So he turned Fusion on our room, my room, the Bushmills room. He's followed me on his computer, right on the same screen, on the browser on his screen, PRS.FI. He's following me where I'm going, and then he gives me a shout. So I'm talking to him all the way to BJ's in the ShopRite, Mulligan Hill, whole time from my mobile. No internet. I mean, I'm coming back to my house. Okay, and he's following me the whole time. He says, oh, yeah, he just went around the circle. That's pretty cool. And he put it on the satellite image. Saw the ShopRite and the McDonald's and everything right there in Mulligan Hill.
How about that? How often does it update your location? Is it like fluid? So say if I was watching you, would I be seeing you like the entire time you're moving? Would you be moving, or is it like, say every 5 seconds or every 2 seconds, so you like jump from one place to the other?
No, it's not real. It's not fluid, but more often that you put out a beacon, more often it'll update the map. Okay, and what Yaesu has come out with is what's called smart beaconing. Now, if you think about it, if you're sitting still and not moving, you don't have to beacon every minute. You're not going in. Your position's not changing. The faster you go, really, the more often you want to beacon. They have what's called smart beaconing now in the radio that it senses your speed, because your radio's got a GPS in it. It senses your speed, so the faster you're going, more often it's going to beacon automatically. It senses when your car's making turns. Well, every time you make a turn, it beacons instantly to update it.
That's insane. Now,
I'm a pain in the ass talking about it, Fusion, but I'm telling you, man, It is so cool. And it's so cool. And now that I set it up here with my antenna and everything, you get a good 30-mile range all around from my QTH here. And then if I get even further away, I can pick up repeaters in Philadelphia. Well, I was connecting to it in front of your house.
Yeah, I remember that. Now, okay, I'm guessing that not every radio has all those features. It's obviously better radios will have, better features, or do they all come with each, there's that smart tracking and all that stuff?
Even the $275 FTM 100 one, a smaller radio than mine, but it still has a detachable face and everything. Doesn't have a color touchscreen, but you have to hit buttons. It's got all those features, and it's $275.
And what's the model number?
FTM, Foxtrot Tango Mike, FTM-100.
Oh, 100. I thought it was 200. Okay.
Now, the only difference is, one of the big differences, though, 400s, like I have two separate receivers. What I can do with mine, for example, I could be in the mobile, say, I do it the same thing in the house. I could convert it into what's called a crossband repeater, okay, which if I put it on crossband repeat mode, like in my car, and I'm parked in a parking lot, and say if I'm going into BJ's, going into your house, or going, if I'm down the shore and walk into, going to Boardwalk, converts my mobile rig into a repeater. I can get my HT, as long as I'm within HT range of the car, I can go anywhere I want to on my HT. I can change frequencies in the rig in the car and talk on repeaters, my HT that I couldn't reach ordinarily by using the radio in the car as a crossband repeater.
That's crazy. Oh, I think I remember you meant, excuse me. Getting my words all jumbled up here. Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that before, and I'm looking at the FTM 100DR right now. That's a pretty sharp-looking rig.
Ernie just bought one. He got one used from a guy who was brand new in the box. He used it once. He got it for $200.
Where do you find it, on QTH or something?
Yeah, and he was local. I'm not sure how he found it. But, and the other thing is you can do that crossband repeat simplex, too. You don't have to use a repeater, so you set up your radio with, for example, you set your UHF, your HT to UHF frequency, simplex. And then you set up your mobile rig or your base rig and crossband repeat to receive that simplex frequency from your HT and retransmit you on 2 meters. So it enables you to walk all around your house, everywhere with an HT, and talk to somebody through your base radio and your base antenna on simplex, okay? No repeaters or anything. So if I put my base radio downstairs on crossband repeat, you had a 2-meter rig, say, in your house, I could walk all over my house here with my HT and be talking to you like I'm talking to you now, with no repeaters, no internet, no nothing.
Okay, I'm kind of confused.
For example, if you had a 2-meter rig in your house, okay, with an antenna outside, okay, we could talk on 146.52 direct simplex. You know what that is, right?
Right.
Okay, we were talking. Now, I have to be in the shack to do that because I'm on my base rig running 50 watts. If I wanted to talk to you upstairs or out on the deck or anywhere with my HT, I couldn't reach you on the HT, correct?
Correct.
Right. What I would do is set my HT up to transmit on a UHF simplex frequency. 446, for example. Have my rig in the shack to receive 446 and retransmit me on 146.52.
Oh, and then you transmit to your radio, and then your base radio, then that retransmits it?
Retransmits it at the same time. And then when it receives you on 5.2, my radio automatically, once it gets 5.2, retransmits you on UHF to my HD.
How about that? And how about these guys that, I guess, want to encroach here? Oh, well, that's cool, man. That's okay. I think I remember you mentioning that before, and that's an awesome feature to have, because you could walk around the house, you could go out to the mailbox, you could be outside, say doing antenna work or cleaning up or something, and have your HT right there next to you, and get real, even if you're just listening, you're just copying the mail, you could get real good reception, much better on the base antenna and radio than you would on the HT.
Well, it's seamless too. I mean, you don't have to adjust audio levels or anything else. It comes through just as good on HT like that as it is if you were outside somebody's house. I mean, just absolutely seamless to use that. And when I use my Node on the digital modes, like when I went to BJ's and all that, the signal strength is great. I mean, having the antenna up like that. But for example, if you had that set up at your house, you could be at work, up your own node at your house like I do. You have probably, if you had your antenna up where the MyMax is, you probably have a 15 or 20 mile range. You can be going all over your neighborhood, either with all over Delaware County, actually, in New Jersey, either with an HT or a mobile rig, and be able to talk on Fusion, Mill's room, all kinds of stuff, just by leaving your notes set up at your house, be able to use it at work, everything else, and you can change everything modally with an HT. Change whatever room you want to go to modally from your HT using your house.
Now, does it have to be a special HT, to be able to do all that? It has to be a Fusion HT?
It's got to be a Fusion HT. Even their cheapest one, which I have two HTs. They're an expensive one for $350, touchscreen. And then their FT70, which is their entry-level one, I got for $150, and it does everything.
Now, even just to use crossband repeat, not if you wanted to change rooms or anything. Say you just wanted it to transmit, retransmit, and re-receive, you would have to have a Fusion HT.
Oh no, you could use a Bofang for that. You just have to have base rig that's capable of crossband repeat, but you can use all your little analog HTs as the HT.
Okay, I got you. All right, I got you. Okay, well, that's cool, man. Well, that's pretty neat. And speaking of, new things, I almost switched my phone service yesterday to Xfinity, but I wanted to ask you, how's the signal been with that service?
It's about the same at my house as it was with AT&T. But just about everybody I talk to say Verizon has better coverage and AT&T. And Comcast uses Verizon.
Oh, so it does use Verizon. Okay, I was curious to know what towers they did use, because I can get a phone through Xfinity, okay, and also pay for a brand new iPhone 11, and my bill would be cheaper than what I pay now, and it would be like $46 a month. That's only with 1 gig of data, because I don't need I really don't need the data, because I'm always at one Wi-Fi. Either here I'm on Wi-Fi, or when I'm at work I'm on Wi-Fi.
Well, Comcast, you can change your data on the fly just by using the app. You can bump it up to 2 if you were doing something special or going away, and then you can bump it right back down to 1 the next day.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, you can do it on the fly. You can change it right on the fly, right on an app, right on your phone.
Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was like you set in stone.
Oh, well, I have unlimited on mine, but I can change it from unlimited to 1 gig. I can do it right now. Pick up the phone and change it.
How much do you pay for your unlimited thing? Well, you're not paying for the phone. Your phone's already paid for.
And mine's paid for, and I pay $45 a month for unlimited everything.
Okay, yeah, and if I got unlimited everything, it would probably be almost the same, because I pay $66 a month right now, so it'd be a little more than that if I was to pay for a phone as well. But that's the thing, I don't need all the data. I don't need all that.
Oh, and get the minimum. I mean, if you really want that phone, I mean, you can probably have them change the SIM card and use the phone you already have.
Yeah, I probably could, but if I was going to do that, one of the reasons I thought about switching, because I was thinking about switching to an iPhone, because I've been an Android user for years, but I was thinking about going over to the dark side.
I've been happy with my 10. I have no interest in. I have a lot, 156 gig of memory in it.
Is yours the XR or the XS?
1,500 pictures on that thing, and music and everything. I mean, it is just loaded with memory, and I haven't even scratched the surface.
Is yours the XR or the XS?
What's it, 10?
Yeah, it's yours the iPhone X, which is the 10, but there's the XR and there's an XS.
I don't even know. It's the little one. I don't have no big phone.
Right, yeah, I don't think there's a size difference between the two. 'Cause I can get one of those and not the 11 for like, you know, I can, it's like $20 a month or something for one of those.
Well, I understand that main difference is the camera. And everything that I read when they came out with the 11, they said if you have a 10 and it works fine, unless you absolutely want the latest one out there, it's really not worth trading up.
Really?
Now, my experience with iPhones is I do every other update. Like if there's a 6, I had a 5, I got a 7. If I got a 7, I got a 9. You know, every second one.
Right, I gotcha. I don't know. I'm just nervous about switching to iPhone because I don't want to be, you know, get it and then not like it, because I can obviously get, you know, Android phones like a new Galaxy S10 or S20 on there, but I just, you know, I don't know. I don't want to get one and then not like it, you know.
Might be better off sticking with the Android. See, I like the iPhone because I started with iPhone, and now I have an iPad. I have the MacBook, and everything is networked. Every one of them devices has got the same stuff on it. Now, it's all shared, the passwords, everything, and I can make phone calls on all three.
See, you bring up a really good point, which might have just been the deal breakers, because I have, you know, with Android, it's all through Google, and I have everything on Google. I have my Google accounts. I have, you know, like all my passwords are saved through Google. You know, I have my Gmail, and I got my YouTube account, which is all shared, obviously, and all my contacts are backed up on the Google Cloud, which is called Google Drive, and, you know, all that stuff would not be on an iPhone.
You see, so I think once you get hooked up with a system, you know, and I figure if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've been very happy with the iPhones. So I don't even look anymore, like try to change. I just, you know, if there's something that I really want on a new one, I'm going to stick with the iPhone, at least for now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, and I was thinking about, you know, I want to just, you know, maybe save a couple bucks where I can, and I'd have to put a couple bucks out because I got to put a down payment down on the phone, but it's not much. Like it would be like $100 total up front, you know, and then it would be whatever the monthly payment is after that. You know, I think it's like $25 or $30 a month or something like that. So I would definitely be with the phone payment, it's like $40 a month. So I'd be saving over $20 a month on my phone bill, you know, and then plus everything would be together for my Comcast, my internet, my TV, and my phone bill would all be together.
No, it's not all together. Okay, it's a separate bill that comes for your phone.
Oh.
Under Comcast, it's not all bundled into your cable bill.
Oh, really?
Well, even though it's Comcast, it's just keep it separate. If you're going to get a better deal, they'll just reprogram your SIM card. And if you're going to get a better monthly price, just switch you can cancel. There's no contract with Comcast. So if you don't like Comcast, you just cancel and go back to what you were doing.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about getting a new phone because my screen's cracked. I have this crack across the bottom of my screen.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like the phone's in perfect shape. And if I can get one, a new phone for cheap, and it would still, even paying with the phone and the phone service, will still be cheaper than what I'm paying per month just for the phone service now. I figured it may be worth it, I heard, I was listening to Joe and Stan and them guys were talking to Chris over in Australia on 40 this morning.
Yeah, when I first turned the rig on, it was on 45. I heard Stan saying the conditions were good. They were pretty good yesterday. I had talked to Chris and a couple of other VKs, and just didn't feel like getting out of bed this morning for another loser military net. Another crappy conditions. I just didn't want to do it. The bed seemed much more desirable than the net.
Yeah, well, I got on nice and early. I was on at 4:15. I was talking to Kevin out in Wisconsin, Z and I, and then a couple people broke in, Henry, and then Bud, WO4K, and I was sitting there. It was coming up towards net time, and it was obvious that I was in there, and everybody knew that I was in there. Kevin signed. And I was like, all right, Bud, we'll set it, up to Ted. I know he's not going to be able to hear me. No good local conditions. And then he starts calling the radio net and lists all the people that he, that he can hear, and nobody tells Ted that I'm in there. So, and I'm like, can somebody relay to let him know that I'm here? And nobody says anything. So I was like, to hell with this. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, it's one of them mornings, so I just felt like staying in. Of course, Ted just got the old stuff there. He doesn't have a web FDR or nothing. And they're not interested in going to 160 when the band's been long. The band's been long almost every single week, and they don't want to switch. Switch frequencies. They're just not agile. They may as well have a crystal, and that's it. They're one-trick ponies.
Most of them do have crystals on there, But unfortunately, that's the way it is, and it was okay for a month or two, maybe a month, excuse me. But then after that, it just went back to the old military radio, the old no condition military radio net. So yeah, it was frustrating, being in there and then being on the list and then nobody even acknowledging and thinking about, oh, Ted, well, he's in here. So I got really frustrated and just kind of went on my way there, but. Anyway, it looks like signals are strong up there now. You going down to 45 this morning?
Yeah, I'm going to head down there now probably and walk in and check on the pet. There's Fuzzy over there on the... I've been brushing these cats a lot to get some of the hair off them from the wintertime, so cuts down on the cat hair around the house, so... They seem like they lose, the ones that go out a lot, they lose like 20 pounds when you look at them now than they did in the winter.
I know, man. It's a lot of hair. I bet Mario looks like he loses a lot of weight, too, because he's a thick one, man. Anyway, yeah, all right, we'll enjoy 45. We'll catch up with you a little later. I'll let you go and enjoy your day, and we'll talk at you a little bit later. W2SDR, W3MMR.
See you later. 730 W2SDI.
Breeze on you.
And the big accomplishment of the past couple of days is that I finally have the auto-tune system set up on 75 and 20 meters. Just haven't got around.
Hey, Arnie, what's the strongest thread, a polyester or cotton?
Man, I had some really good strong thread over here, but I got rid of it with my sewing machine. I think it was polyester.
Yeah, I got some polyester thread.
Kevlar.
Yeah, Kevlar.
Yeah, I don't have any Kevlar.
I'm wearing Kevlar pajamas that I made.
I want Kevlar underwear. I have no idea what kind of stitch to use on that rope there, and I'll just have to do the best I can. Boy, that pit rope is, man, that's hard to penetrate.
You got machines to do that.
Yeah, all I have is a needle and thread.
Yeah, what are you doing, Brian?
I was stitching a couple of ropes together with thread so I can, pull a new, replace the old rope with the new rope through a block.
Don't you? I know how to splice rope. Do you know how to do that?
Negative. I don't think I'll live long enough to learn.
Oh, it's great. I used to do that because I've been a sailor all my life, and this is with nylon or Dacron. You know how it's a rope is woven like that with separate loops, and then it's twisted together.
Oh yeah, I've watched the videos over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, splice. If you know how to do it right, I mean, it's just as good as a solid piece.
There must be 1 million rope splicing videos on YouTube.
Yeah, I've got the tools and stuff, the spikes and everything else for doing real heavy stuff. I used to be really into that.
Yeah, well, only got to do it once, so, I'm going to try to stitch it together with some needle and thread and...
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I don't know how to do it. There's not a single YouTube video on how to do that, though.
No, it's because it doesn't equal the strength probably of a regular splice joint, but it's like anything else. So, but it's you have it to do it one time. You had to do it a lot, you get good at it. But then, what do you have to do it for?
Yeah.
That's a good project to do, though, to learn how to be good at that while you're quarantined.
Yeah, I'm mentally. There's some defect in my brain that makes it hard to do stuff like that. Oh, I have a really, really, really hard time with knots.
So your fingers, the pathway from the fingers to the brain is a little bit jumbled.
I don't think I think it's just in the brain.
They've got, they got some really, really cool apps out now for making knots. I have a couple on my phone.
Yeah, those are great.
The ropes move and everything. It's really cool.
Yeah, I love those.
I got a picture, too, on my wall downstairs in my den. It's large, and it actually has ropes. All the different, not every knot, but most of the real popular knots, already tied, raised on the inside the frame.
Yeah, my favorite is the Alpine.
But the monkey fist.
How about the accordion?
It's pretty cool. About 18 different ways to tie it.
My favorite is the accordion.
Monkey fist, monkey paw, whatever, the couple different names for that. It's pretty cool. He just messaged me. He's got a monkey fist on his keychain, little monkey fist tied on his keychain.
When I was in the Boy Scouts, I remember the bowline or bowline. That was a knot you had to learn.
Yeah, I can do a bowline. That's about one of the 3 knots I can do.
That's the main one you need to know.
Yeah, it's a handy knot. That and the double figure 8.
We used to sit around, my second wife, Perry's mom, and, with beers or drinks or whatever, when I had the sailboat down on the Chesapeake, and we each had a length of rope. And we just sit there practicing knots all the time. I mean, while you're having a beer or something like that, you have a piece of rope in your hand, I haven't tried doing it with your eyes closed. I mean, just something like twiddling your thumbs.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we got severe thunderstorms on the way down here. Frank, are you all clear up there?
Oh yeah, it's clear. It's been very windy last couple of days. We had gusts over 50 yesterday, and
it was brutal here yesterday.
But no, it's clear, and Well, and when we have a chance of lightning or anything, I disconnect my antennas. I even unscrew the rubber ducts off my HTs.
Do you cover up the radome on your iPhone with some of that aluminum tape?
Oh, my. I'll tell you, some of the stuff you hear on the ham bands today, I know, I really know, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'll tell you. I'll be a 2FMU.
That boggles the mind.
Hey, Brian, I have a book that's called On Rope. That is the authority on knots and rope techniques.
I think you should, I think I have that too.
Yeah, you should look in there. They might show you how to stitch it.
N4WC on the knot. Yeah, didn't you send that to me?
Back in a little bit. W2FMU.
Yeah, is that, I remember that. Is that a website?
It's a book. Hardcover book. I got it around here somewhere.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I've been even reading books during this quarantine.
I'll be back.
I'm reading a lot of books. Not a lot of books, a couple of books under my belt already with this stay-at-home thing. Some really good eyes on used books from Amazon because I don't keep books anymore unless it's a reference book. I'll read a book and it goes right in the trash.
Yeah.
Gee, you don't read them again. I'm going to keep all these books and stuff. It's like, well, what for?
For our parents.
They go in the trash. Believe it or not, I'm reading a book, an autobiography, because I really liked her as a singer, Connie Francis. You guys had heard of her?
Oh, yeah, I love her story.
It's an autobiography, and I'll tell you, it was done in the 80s, late 80s. She's still alive. And it's excellent. It's riveting about the music business and her personal life and all.
Yeah, she had a great voice. Yeah, but after she was raped, she could never sing again.
Oh, no, she could sing again after that. I mean, there's a lot of wives' tales out there about that situation.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but still, that was such a sad story.
Well, she couldn't sing right away. I mean, she's had other health issues, too, plus different other dramatic effects in her life. And
Oh, yeah, those big hits. Which her first songs, I guess, were 59, 58 or something. She had some big number ones.
Yeah, 1958. Who's Sorry Now?
Oh, yeah. And wasn't she in the movie Where the Boys Are, the one down in Fort Lauderdale?
Oh, she had a big hit on that song, too, yeah.
Yeah, her singing in that movie is above mind-boggling.
Yeah, what a voice.
I saw that movie not too long ago. It's still just astonishing.
Oh, that's one of those movies, Brian. I mean, obviously it's kind of a dumb movie, sort of, but you got to get past all that and watch some of the, like you were saying, her performances and stuff are just worth the price of admission.
Oh, yeah, that movie sucks, but her singing is beyond excellent. Yeah, there was, I think the ones that followed was Annette Funicello and Frankie Avalon and all those dumb beach movies.
Yep.
Yeah, Connie Francis and Connie Smith. So they could both about belt it out.
Now, those were the days where Brian, and Bill, didn't have all those studio tricks, man. You just step up to that microphone and the orchestra or the band was right there at the same time. They didn't have all the multi-tracks and all that. I mean, you just had to be able to do it.
Yep. It was so diverse. That was what's so sweet about that time. So diverse. Yeah, I love that immediate sound. Sure sounds better to me than all that multi-track stuff.
Oh, the old just step up to that microphone, honey, and hit it. Connie Smith didn't even need a microphone. It's sing right into the jack.
Frank, when you were doing in the band, did you ever back up anybody in a recording session?
Well, we would go into the studio, but it was never anything like that. I mean, you pay for your hour or 2 hours, and I never laid down a bass track for somebody that I didn't know, or I never did anything like that.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
Tell you, it's hard recording. It's like being under a microscope, Bill, because if your timing is a little off or anything, it's glaring on a recording. You can get away with so much in a live performance. That's why so many of these groups and bands over the years, they didn't use their regular musicians when they recorded, because you're under a microscope, and if you can't keep really good time or you're a little out of tune, I mean, you're being replaced.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I remember who's the gal who did Crazy? I was watching the show on Her Life, and how they did the Crazy thing with the guy from Texas. They woke her up in the 2 o'clock in the morning to do this song or something, according to the biography thing. That was fascinating. To go into the studio like at 2 or 3 in the morning and record, amazing.
I'm Patsy Cline. I mean, most musicians are night owls anyway.
Yeah. Well, the RESPECT was done in Muscle Shoals, and they went down there and they worked on that and they worked on that, and they could never get what they wanted. And one of the studio musicians, they kind of got together and they said, well, let's do it this way. And when it was all said and done, that was a big major hit.
Who produced that? Tom Dowd?
I don't know.
They did a TV presentation on how that RESPECT was done, and how long and drawn out, and in all places, Muscle Shoals, Alabama. That studio there.
I love Otis Redding's version of that. I think he did his version in Memphis.
Oh, okay.
Well, he did the original version, and then the Aretha's was the cover.
Oh, okay. Well, Brian, did you ever do any recording yourself?
Who did the original version of "Take a Little Piece of My Heart" was Aretha Franklin's sister.
Oh.
Yeah, she wrote that song and did the original version, and then of course, Big Brother and the Holding Company had a big monster hit on it.
Yeah, it's amazing how that. I know the guy that did "Stay Off My Blue Suede Shoes," Elvis was going to go over the top of it, but the guy that did the original recording, Elvis held off for 6 months so that the original recording could sell, because the guy got sick or something. Then Elvis did his Blue Suede Shoes.
Tom Dowd, I'm reading here. I'm not acting like I know it. I did engineered her version. Steve Cropper produced the original version by Otis Redding.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh. Of course, Booker T and those, great stuff.
Yeah, I love both versions of that. They're so different.
Yeah, Redding's version was much funkier and stuff, and very, very cool.
Yeah, I love them both. Almost not the same song, they're so different.
Well, it's always been a mystery why some people become stars, some records become classics, number ones, and, it's just a hit and miss, right place, right time. I mean, people knew the answer to that question. No, I knew the answer to that question. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, some kind of magic.
Well,
it's so weird.
The chicken and 4WC.
We had 2 SDR. Weird going grocery shopping yesterday. DJs, wearing a mask. It's the first time I've been out in a couple of weeks. And
where'd you go?
I went to ShopRite, which is a regular grocery store that hardly had anything that I wanted. And then I went to BJ's, which is like a Costco. They had a lot of stuff.
And we have a BJ's here.
A BJ's there?
Yeah, that's a good place to go.
Yeah, they were very well stocked, but the whole thing wearing a mask, it just was so bizarre. I mean, it's just walk around like that with a mask and looking at everybody. It's like you're in a movie.
Did they keep only a certain amount of people inside and hold you outside until somebody left?
Well, no, both of those stores, Bill, had the senior citizen thing. So when I, an hour at the beginning of just seniors. So, I mean, that's kind of self-limiting right there.
Okay,
so it wasn't too crowded?
We haven't been to BJ's in 3 or 4 weeks. We used to go there about every 2 months and we buy everything, but now we haven't been back over there. I guess maybe I ought to look into that. Our Publix and Kroger are pretty well stocked here.
You have Kroger's up there, Frank?
Oh, no Kroger.
Or K. Roger, as we call it. I wonder why was the ShopRite not stocked?
Oh, I don't know. It was stocked for some stuff, but I have a shopping list and coupons and stuff, and it just seemed like a lot of the stuff that I wanted, they didn't have, like oatmeal, like steel cut oats. That was empty. I mean, you could get instant oatmeal and all, but steel cut they didn't have. Was looking for hamburgers, like, a grass-fed, like good hamburger, already patties, but fresh, but didn't have anything like that, but they had plenty of other hamburger. A lot of the stuff on my list they didn't have.
Yeah. That's kind of a mystery why it's like that.
Now, their lunch meat counter has been closed. Now, they have pre-sliced stuff that you can buy, that they did ahead of time, I guess, and you can pick those things out. BJ's actually had people working there, and their lunch meat is really, really good. So I splurged. I got a big pound of corned beef, and it's excellent there. With a loaf of rye bread, so I was living high when I got home.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Well, you would think that the panic buying would have tapered off a little bit by now.
Well, down here, the governor extended it to the 1st of May, I think, and so people get back into that mode, I got to get it, because it was going to be over in the middle of April. Now it's not till the end.
Yes, many people, perhaps most, can't even afford to buy more than about 1 week's worth of groceries. And so where are they getting all this money to do all this panic buying?
Well, in Cayuga County, the number of documented cases has been holding steady now for a week.
Brian, they're maxing out their credit cards.
Oh, terrible.
Telling you 4K. That's what's going on.
Well, I would assume that their credit cards were maxed out before all this started.
Oh, the other thing is, good morning, Stan.
I guess you're right, Stan.
The other thing is, I don't know if this is true. Good morning, Stan. But so many people eat out and use takeout. Such a great percentage of their everyday life that if they're actually being quarantined, they're going to spend more money at the grocery store because they're going to be eating home more.
Yeah, I think that's the main factor.
That's Frank. That has
You've hit at the food service industry, which is the people that supply the restaurants, amount to about 8% of the total business, and now that has dropped to around 2%, and that's a completely separate distribution line from the regulated the market distributors. So most food manufacturers are manufacture to order. In other words, a distributor will place an order for 10,000 cases of X, and that's what's produced. And it's taken that, the system is having to readjust itself, and the manufacturers like our place. A good example, if a Kroger's came along, or an A&P in the old days came along and said, okay, we need to raise our weekly production from 10,000 cases to 15,000 cases, our people would say, you can't do that. You got to get in the line because we run maxed out all the time anyway.
I have nothing but good things to say about what I saw at BJ's the last couple of times I went, because we're giving out masks. You go in there, it was very highly organized. They were actually checking IDs if you were a senior citizen. They were very, very well stocked in there, but some of the other stores, not the case.
Yep. Well, see, they're in a little bit of a different category because they buy directly from the manufacturer, from the producers. They're not the normal distribution channels that the smaller folks have to use. When it comes to all the typical grocery store chains that we're aware of, Publix is about the gold standard.
Do you have any kind of Publix up your way?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, going up interstate when I was working, I'm 6 miles from I-85, and then I go into the Beltway and get off to go to work. And just north of here on I-85, there's one of those big food prep, big operation, and they'd run those. They had their big, not quite 18-wheelers, but the biggest thing that's not on a trailer, and all those trucks would be coming out of there to go all over Atlanta to hit all the places for all the ready-made food, and you could smell it when you drive through in the morning, like at 5 o'clock in the morning, going down the interstate. You could just smell all that food cooking.
Who was that, Bill?
I can see it, but I can't see. I keep bring the name up, but it was a big operation. I'll tell you, they supplied all of Atlanta metropolitan. At least there were one company that did that.
Well, you see, food companies have to run 24/7. They can't run one shift or two shifts. They have to run around the clock because of if you shut down for 8 hours, then you gotta. We couldn't shut down for less than 3 days because that would trigger a complete sanitation recycle, and that's a bear.
Oh, I hear you, yeah. But I can see all those trucks. They're the very large panel trucks, and they had their name emblazoned on the side. And, I mean, it's supplied. I'm wondering what they're doing now. My gosh. When you said, 8% down to 2%, that's a big cut.
Well, if they're food service, if they're not food service, they might be. There are about 3 major distributors in the country, and maybe one of their operations.
Yeah, well, it was right off the interstate. I mean, big building, and it's driving to work in the morning at dark, in traffic, and you could really smell it.
Oh yeah.
W2 SDR.
W4KR.
N4WC.
I just switched over to the laptop here. Brian, what version are you running? I put just plain old 2.6.9 on this laptop. Are you running that?
I'm running the 2.6.9 dated 11/3/19.
Okay, mine's dated, let me see, it's dated 1/22/20.
Yeah, I need to catch up. I've been lazy.
That's the same one I'm running, Frank.
Yeah, okay, it's just the first one I grabbed for this little laptop here, and I wasn't sure. It does have the QSO timer on it, so I didn't know if it had that.
Yeah, January 20.
Yeah, maybe I can do that. Get updated. I don't need all those silly features though.
Where's the QSO timer, Frank?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Where is the QSO timer?
Well, it's in options setup. I think it's option 2, QSO timer, and you can enable that down. Then you have to pick a sound that you want it to make.
I got it, thanks.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I found it, thanks.
Yeah, I can't use Vox with the laptop. I have to use the push bar because I'm too far away from the microphone with the laptop. I don't use an external mic.
Oh, you're using the built-in mic in the laptop?
Yeah, it's got the stereo microphones actually, and I'm just using. I guess I'm about 2 foot. I'm the normal distance that you use a laptop.
I thought you had one of your mics up there in the living room.
Well, I do. I usually use my i5 tower Dell up here in the living room, but I got this laptop for free. Somebody gave it to me in the radio club. He didn't want it anymore. It's an i7, 1.6 gig, and I'm using. I have it set up on a little snack tray here, just messing with it.
Oh, that's right. You got the new laptop. I forgot. I already noticed that QSO timer does not appear to be synchronized with your computer time.
Oh no, it's not. I don't know why would it be?
What is it? I can't think of what else it would be synchronized to.
Oh, you mean every second? You mean is not synchronized to the seconds of the computer?
In other words, it drifts away. If you compare it to your computer timer, it's drifting with respect to your computer time.
Oh, okay. God, I never even noticed because I don't have my computer time up at the same time. I mean, I don't have it reading seconds. Oh, you mean the minutes are off?
Yeah, Ernie can explain it. I guess he's gone. I guess he and Jeff went, Jeff's gone too. I guess he went back to sleep. Where was Ernie? He wasn't up in Jasper, was he?
Oh, he was in Roswell.
Okay, he was in the back scatter.
Well, Brian, I'm just using VAC with this thing on MME drivers. Of course, it doesn't have ASIO in this thing. High buffers and stuff like that. But works.
Yeah. And you got to have those buffers up pretty high with MMA, don't you?
Well, I'm running 1024 on the buffers at 48K, and I think zero on the let me see, let me bring it up. 0 on the portfolio manual, and ring buffers, I have it on 10 each on manual, and 0 checked on the force.
Yeah, 1024. That's about as good. I think I'm not even sure I can do that well. Is that?
Well, it's cool. I wanted to get things going on here. Not that I'm going to use this all the time, but now any of the Ethernet ports I have in the house, bedroom, anywhere I go, I just plug this thing in, fire it up, because I'm running VNC for the amp on my iPhone, so I can control the amp and everything right from this smartphone in my hand.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's just something else to mess with, and I'm not using any of the features of the audio. The only thing I have is a little bit of TX-EQ that I did for the mic, but no CFC, no compression, no anything.
Well, that reminds me, where do you turn that CFC on and off at?
Under DSP, hit DSP and then CFC, and it's in there.
Oh, it's not tied to the comp button on the main console.
No, that's a whole nother thing, that comp, which I haven't used in ages.
Yeah, they need to just do away with that and have that turn the CFC on and off.
Yeah, that would be a great... Well, you have the CFC post and pre, too, so it's kind of a two-stage thing,
Well, Dave was saying he was using the default. Does the CFC, does that default on?
No, it doesn't default on, and none of the sliders are default.
I don't see how he could say he was using the default.
Well, maybe he just turned it on. Maybe he just clicked CNC. Maybe he doesn't even know about CFC.
Well, that's what was showing in his TX meter. Remember, you noticed that his TX meter was showing CFC.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he's using somebody else's transmit profile that he loaded up. I don't know. He's always using a different mic and different stuff every time I hear him, so I never knew what he was using.
Well, all I know is when he disconnects his mic, that background noise just goes completely away. So it's just hard to believe that that's a defect in the radio.
No, it's not a defect. His mic is just way too hot. Those readings that I was seeing on that meter, because I use CFC, it's just, everything is just too hot.
Yeah, but he claims that there was a default install, but the CFC's not defaults off, right?
Yes, it defaults off, but the thing is, if he's using one of those condenser mics that he has, the Electrets, they are extremely high level. So if he has it on default and running one of those things in there, that's why it's really, really hot.
Yeah, I wish just to get started he would try a known entity like an RE27 or something.
Well, he did have an RE27 on there at least for one day, but like I say, it's all different stuff every day. So, as well as I do, there's so many adjustments in there. Just seeing a video of a meter, it doesn't really tell you a lot.
Yeah, the boys got too many mics.
Yesterday on 40 meters, where Ernie usually hangs out, they have a get together. And Doug up in Wisconsin, I was listening to them, and Doug knows somebody had just acquired a blackface, and they were saying that Doug was saying that guy was having a similar type of problem that Dave, although he didn't know about Dave's problem, but, there was always this tail. When he quit transmitting, there was always this tail at the end of it, and they were working on that.
Yeah, it was Tom, IVJ.
Yeah.
I just got a complaint that I was too wide for my son. I was on my AM profile on this thing, so I was 5 kc. Now I'm down to normal.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, now I'm down to my normal 100 to 3,000.
I was staring right at the screen.
Yeah, you see, what the heck?
When I first went to this.
Ernie's back.
The 7000 under the original software, you sent me 3.0K CFC, and then when I went to Thetis, I'm still running that. It works great.
What happened to Huey?
He's sitting there sipping his coffee.
W4OG.
I think he went to sleep. Hey, Tony.
Morning.
Hey, that's Tony there, Frank.
I tried to get a hold of Dave today to go over some of that stuff you were just talking about, and didn't come back on 2 meters.
Yeah, good morning, Tony.
Hope he doesn't have the virus.
No, he doesn't.
Hey, what's the? Aren't they saying that the mortality rate for that virus is supposed to be around 1% or less? That's what some people are saying. Nice one. W4WMT.
W2.
W4KR.
W4OG.
Well, Brian, Scott Gottlieb had a different point of view, an interesting point of view. I follow him on Twitter. He said the states that are having very high, that are reporting a lot higher mortality rates are states that are not testing a lot. So in other words, they're not all, the negatives are not coming through.
Right.
So they're outliers because of poor testing, like Florida and Texas. The other states that are testing more, it's down to where everyone else is.
Okay.
Makes me glad I live in Georgia.
Yeah, Cayuga County has remained at 88 for the last week, with only 2 deaths.
That's shocking. When you look on the CDC.gov, it's it's like 4%, not 1%.
I think it's supposed to be slightly up 1%. Right.
Right, but when you go to CDC.gov, it's like almost 4%. So who do you believe? I don't know who to believe.
Well, according to what Gottlieb says, anyway, the state you believe the actual mortality rate is you can get from the states that have the most testing.
So you go with Gottlieb and don't pay attention to what the CDC saying.
Well, no, it's not. No, what the CDC is just reporting the stats, but it's garbage in, garbage out. Do you follow me? It's like the more testing you do, the more accurate mortality rates you're going to get. CDC has got the same stats that everybody else has.
Oh, okay. Well, whose stats do you pay attention to?
The ones that have the most, that are testing the most people.
Well, I mean, just to get a nation. A good average, a nationwide average.
Well, it's the same disease, though, Brian, if you think about it. The mortality rate of COVID-19 is the same worldwide, okay? It doesn't kill more people in Nebraska than it does in Georgia. It's just that it's the same, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, well, that's true. So you don't want to look at the CDC. You want to pick through the states and pick out the ones that...
Yeah, but how do you know? Like, for instance, is Georgia doing more testing now?
I have to look at it on a county-by-county basis.
Yeah, I mean, where my wife works, they're not having any trouble getting tests. They get them Johnny on the spot.
Before you. Oh, hey. There he is.
Morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning.
Well, anyway, I didn't want to drag us into the virus talk. We'll go back to radios.
Morning, Dave.
Hey, Stan, you sound really good this morning.
Oh, thank you.
AP4GL. Hey, good morning, Glenn, in Twin Tennessee.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, good morning to all.
Well, that old pit rope, any of the stuff that's on the tower that's been out there for a couple of years, man, you can barely get a needle through it. I'm having to use a pair of pliers to shove the needle through it. Oh, wow. But the new pit rope, it just goes right through. Oh, wow. The old weather-beaten stuff, I guess it gets rained on and snowed on and iced on so many times it just gets real stiff.
All tightened up.
Well, it's not meant to be outdoors. That's sport rope. My theory, anyway.
Tony, I forgot to turn my 2-meter rig on this morning.
Okay, well, I did call you about an hour ago.
Okay.
That's why, Tony.
Oh. I don't hear it now, Dave. What mic you
Oh, mic number 42.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't hear it now. What mic is that?
Oh, it's just one of my homebrew mics.
Is it the dynamic, condenser, electret, ribbon, crystal?
Condenser going through a 48-volt Phantom supply.
Okay.
A Phantom of Dracula.
All right, well, I don't know no squelch tail on this one.
I don't hear it either.
Maybe it's just those dynamic mics. I don't know.
It's just your audio is too hot, Dave. I mean, that's just all there is to it. Just too hot of audio.
That video with the CFC you were talking about, put that out of your mind. That was a mistake. I should never have posted that. It is not a true representation of what was actually doing. I just grabbed the wrong video.
Too late.
I know. It's ingrained in everybody's brain now.
Your CFC is off?
Oh, this one is on.
Get ready for that webinar, Tony.
Pacific time.
Yeah, get a pencil and paper. But you're gonna. They have a test at the end of it.
Okay, what is it, like a pop quiz type thing?
A pop quiz. They're going to, send you a text message on your radio. If you don't decipher it properly, your registration gets canceled.
Okay.
I got my. I'm going to have it right up on this screen here, on this computer I'm talking on now, this little laptop, and I'll run it in the background. Tony follows me around everywhere I go. He was wanting me to stop at McDonald's yesterday, and he's trying to get me to stop in a bar, but I told him it was closed.
Oh, it's the Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah, the Outback. That was so weird, Tony. You're telling me that, and I glanced to the right, and there it is, right at the corner.
Hey, did he go to the liquor store, Tony?
Well, I'm not sure if there was one there because when it comes up on the APRSI site, there's a little bit of a latency because I got to wait for a beacon to go off so I know where he is on the map. So I don't know.
Well, see, when I got to my girlfriend's house, Tony, I turned my beaconing off.
Was that the Fusion girl, or was that the D-Star girl?
Wasn't that a funny picture?
No, actually, it's the dude he buys his weed from, Tony.
You got to be careful of that beaconing. Until my medical card gets here, Brian.
What about the liquor stores? Are they open up there?
I think they are. Yeah, I think they still are. That's essential. You don't want the whole county going into DTs.
Yeah, that's me. I'm down to only 48 days worth of beer.
In Pennsylvania, they're closed.
No.
They're flooding to Delaware and New Jersey. I'll tell you that, Ernie.
Where you live in Pittsburgh.
That's the Amish influence in Pennsylvania at work.
Just a way to get more breached holes.
Oh, man. You got frost on the roof this morning. It's cold here.
Yeah. How about that?
Had to cover up everything in the garden, but it doesn't look like it's going to frost here. Fortunately, everything was the size that you can just stick one of those cups like you get at the football game over it.
Well, this says 36, so it's gone down a little bit. It was 37 earlier.
Hey, Ernie, do you have the VNC app for your smartphone for the amp?
If you ask me, the answer is no.
Yeah, that's what I'm using on my iPhone to control the amp when I'm on this laptop.
Who's that guy you were talking about a while ago that had the new that had the squelch tail?
That's our buddy Tom out there, IVJ in Denver. The K0W0? Yeah, K0, you know, Tom, he's the guy that builds the solid state amplifiers. Oh, okay. Yeah, he used to come and check in with us here, but haven't heard him in a couple of years. He was really good friends with Cleon.
Boy, Cleon's a voice from the past.
Yeah. And George still keeps up with him, but then we haven't heard George in a while.
Well, those guys used to get on 7140. I guess some of them still do, around 8 or 9 o'clock our time. The W9 station. I can't. Ernie knows him. Ernie, it's the same guy that runs that thing that you get on in the afternoon.
W2FMU. Yeah, W9DCQ.
Yeah, that group on 7140 in the mornings. They're all close, those guys.
AC40.
Frank, remember Cleon eventually moved all his stuff up to the living room, and that's when he began to depart.
W2SDO.
N4WC.
W4KR.
I thought his shack always was in the living room.
And the upstairs shack, that's the first indication of our decline.
First sign, Ernie, here.
Is what now? When you move the shack into the living room, that's the first sign?
I'm making fun of Frank and myself.
The second indicator is you're sitting in a recliner.
My microphone boom won't reach the recliner.
Need to relocate it.
You get a laptop, Ernie, and just set the laptop on your lap and your recliner and strap in.
Strap in, strap on.
If I were to sit in a recliner and play radio, I'd be snoring within 5 minutes.
Something that's not playing radio you can't pick up. Yeah, I gave that up.
Well, see, Dave, it's just a simplified setup. I went on laptop, talking into the microphones, into the laptop, listening to the laptop speakers, all self-contained.
That sounds good.
Keep it simple, stupid. You know, this is the perfect example of the KISS method.
Well,
Wouldn't want to measure the latency, but we're all doubling anyway, no matter how little latency we have. So what's the difference?
I've seen some of these Realtek sound cards that are built in the computer have ASIO drivers.
Dude, that's got to be more a modern one.
Say that again?
I've seen built in the computer sound cards have ASIO drivers. You've seen that too.
Oh, my i7 downstairs, the 9700's got it built in ASIO.
If you just maybe get a modern laptop and you could take advantage of the ASIO.
How would you even know what driver the built-in has?
When you ran that, remember that tool you sent out for checking ASIO drivers? So it's reporting back some of the built-in sound cards had ASIO.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, go ahead.
It shows up in the drop-down menu of VAC.
That too.
Okay, I guess I don't have a computer that has that.
Well, yeah, but we sent you the results, so maybe you glossed over it, but it's in there somewhere. I noticed it.
Okay, yeah, you sent me the results. I didn't know what some of that stuff was.
I looked at it and said, oh, that's a built-in. It's reporting in that tool.
That's a scary thought.
Actually, pretty cool.
Well, I wish these things would run, this software would run on a Wi-Fi, I'll tell you, but that would really make it nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, and when you get your new Chinese battery.
Yeah, there you go. There's no stopping me now. What's the matter with this Chinese battery? It's not going to blow up, is it?
It'd burn your house down. Other than that, they're good.
Oh, my God.
the heat protection in those things is a lot of times they leave out.
But really? In our clubhouse at the country club was a Chinese battery in a laptop.
Yep. Yeah, but this damn computer gets hot as it is.
And either that or somebody poured a bunch of gasoline in the chest and burned the whole clubhouse down so they could build a new one.
Always buy OEM batteries for that reason.
Yeah, but you're the one that told me to get it on eBay.
That's where you get the OEMs.
Oh, well, maybe, I guess, I don't know what mine is.
What made the laptop burn up?
It was plugged in, battery overheated and started a fire. I guess there were papers on his desk and you know, in proximity or on top of it or whatever. It just got, it got so hot the papers caught on fire.
Oh, okay, it was plugged. It was on charge, unattended.
Yep. And then,
I think all laptops are all the time.
Well, I won't even leave my iPad plugged in if I'm not here.
Yeah, you never know.
Well, isn't that charging circuit turned off once you get 100 to 100%?
I don't know.
I thought those batteries didn't blow up unless you struck them with a hammer or something.
Got a little fuse in there that opens up under heat. It's a little thermal fuse in there that's in series with the whole pack. Sometimes the COVID virus infected Chinese bastards leave it out just to save us money.
Just one more reason to nuke them.
Amen.
Like we needed another reason.
hey Brian.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not on to jump back in a rabbit hole on COVID, but I just want to say one thing. I know several frontline people around here. What they're telling me is almost all the people that are being hospitalized, I won't say all, almost all have not only pre-existing but severe pre-existing conditions. Those like extremely overweight people that have diabetes that aren't controlling it, pulmonary patients. Anyway, that's the word from the front line in North Carolina. We got an average of 2 patients per hospital, and almost all of them are very bad health.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, it's the average American anyway.
Glenn, that's exactly the problem up in Detroit.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem anyway. I mean, it's like, that's our population.
That's America.
Hey, it was 25 yesterday. That's 38.
Nice.
And it sure is a lot easier to carry that 50-pound bag of corn now.
Because you're only carrying 1 instead of 2.
That's what I mean.
Like a vitamin D3.
Well, I got to get ready to go outside and.
Hey, Brian, I looked in this book, and there ain't nothing in there on sewing ropes together.
Yeah, there's nothing on YouTube or Google or anywhere, so that's fine.
I saw a guy melt that paracord together on YouTube.
What's that?
He fused them together with a lighter.
I don't think I have any heat shrink with that stuff on it. Well, I don't know. I don't.
You have to order it. It's not flexible either. It ain't going around a pulley.
Yeah, that's my other thought.
To get up there and just jam.
Yeah, but you know how much 400 feet of pit rope weighs?
Test it before you haul it out.
That's a lot of weight. Ernie knows that.
Yes, 60 pounds, 80 pounds.
Yeah, that's a lot.
W4BB.
Hey, how about it there, Steve?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Morning to Tennessee.
Yeah, morning.
Who's on a run? Replace a rope. Pulleys is 200 feet in the air. He's trying to replace it.
Double.
twice and do all sorts of stuff with it. Create that do it a lot with insurance. Plus I love the word.
Yeah. Instead of moon units?
Yeah. It's always moon units.
And you know what her original name was supposed to be? No, it was supposed to be Motorhead.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Have you got a haircut?
A haircut? No, I'm still waiting on my barber shears.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even order anything. My hair is just ridiculous. I was thinking about that yesterday. It's like, I gotta go another month. When are these barbers going to open?
Well, I ordered the only barber shears that were actually in stock on Amazon. I just zoomed past the ones that were out of stock, or they had some future stock date. I ordered the ones that were in stock. It was still going to take them several weeks to ship.
This is 6 cars. Let's use one of the ones for cat.
You know, I don't want to shave my whole head. I guess I'm asking for too much. I just like a haircut by somebody that knows what they're doing.
Oh, you're not going to get that for a while.
Yeah, I guess
they're bombarding the cosmetology board here.
I mean, are the barber shops open there?
No, but they're organized. They're hitting the cosmetology board folks hard and saying, hey, look, man, we can cut hair with protective gear, or whatever, man. Most cosmetologists, man, they work here for cash. I mean, they're going to be out of business.
Yeah. Oh, they can apply for that loan.
Yeah, and to turn out after all that tax work I did, I bought that new truck last year. I was worried about getting extra money for nothing.
For you.
CC4GL.
N4WC.
W4B. But I did get the taxes done.
W4, okay.
How much you pay? 2 XPO. And the bad news is, since I always get them to send a check back, I've never given them my bank information. Your checks this week are coming to your direct deposit. If they don't have your info, you're going to have to upload your bank info before you can get it.
Yeah, upload it to where, Glenn?
They're launching an app they're working on right now. I forget what it's called. It's a story on Fox.
Yeah, but Mnuchin's been promising that for 3 weeks, and it's not there yet.
Yeah, I upload on my SBA emergency loan. It asks for bank information.
Brian. Hey, go ahead.
The don't cheat thing is not in my DNA.
I understand.
What's that? What are you guys talking about, Stan? And that to be, if you don't normally get your refund by direct deposit, you got to go to a website.
Yeah, you're going to have to. You can't right now.
By direct deposit, and they don't have your bank info. It will come in the form of a check, but that'll happen at the end of the direct deposit upload. But Mnuchin's been saying that there's a on Treasury.gov. There's a portal to input your bank data to get on the direct deposit in the direct deposit queue, but it keeps not appearing.
Okay, but I usually get my refund direct deposit, so I guess they already have my info.
Yeah, that's right, Frank.
Oh, this is not for the SBA. This is for to give the check.
Yeah. This is the $1,200 freebie.
Okay, has that started? I didn't know that had started.
Yeah, the money's coming on the 15th.
So,
the check's in the mail.
I ain't getting no check.
What month? Okay.
Hey, when you gonna get this?
Oh, I ain't getting nothing. I ain't getting no check.
Well, YGG's already spent his.
Yeah. YGG tried to get it, directly to Elecraft.
Well, he wants to get a Kenwood TS 980.
Glenn, what's going to happen to the folks that live solely on Social Security?
Yeah, I don't know, Stan. I don't know what's going to happen to a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, on the one hand, it's encouraging. In the long term, it's encouraging. But I sure was hoping this process was going to happen over a longer period of time. Because there's definitely some risk.
I don't think the airline should get a bailout.
I don't either.
I think they should have been preparing for a rainy day. They don't prepare for a rainy day because they knew they were going to get a handout.
What radio is Steve getting?
Edward 890.
That's nice.
That's a lot of money, though, for a single receiver radio.
Here it is.
890.
That's a lot of money for a single. Make sure he knows that it's only a single receiver. He hates these Apaches.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's fine. It's not for everybody.
They break up all the time.
Just make sure he knows it's a single receiver. It's very deceiving on their brochure.
Well, yeah, we'll make sure Steve understands that when he wakes up about 3 or 4 hours from now.
He must have been hanging out with my son yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he's a night owl. I mean,
He only wants an 890 because he had.
Yeah, I've been getting emails from Commie Jim about about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Where is Commie Jim?
He's still up at that hour.
Yeah. He was on the other day, very briefly.
Yeah, I miss him. There he is. Boy, you're weak.
He's drunk.
Like the HLH used to say, not QSO material.
Oh. So, yeah, must have been to one of those late night Communist Party meetings.
Yeah. I guess we're going to start trying to haul a few logs today.
Concert on Facebook last night.
Oh, was it live?
It was a rerun. It was a live playback of the live concert we did at Shea Stadium. It was really good. So it's kind of halfway through it. Facebook's crazy.
And they dumped it?
No, it just froze up and it started repeating and doing all kinds of crap. Never made it all the way through.
Yeah, YouTube's been running kind of slow too.
Overload, huh? Server overload? Yeah.
I watch Billy Joel anywhere.
Yeah, better you than me.
That guy.
I can't stand him.
You know, I enjoyed seeing him in concert back in the 80s, but I've got a couple of his albums, and I have no desire to put them on anymore either.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Frogman Henry.
Oh, no doubt.
Roger. He ain't got an old one.
How about that other Frogman?
What Frogman?
The other one I sent you.
Oh, yeah. He ain't got a whole home. He ain't got him.
I had some friends over the other night, and I played Howlin' Wolf, the London sessions for them.
Oh, yeah.
And that's an awesome record right there. Got everybody.
All right, I got to go outside and play with these ropes. W4WMT.
Weren't you going to do that yesterday?
Oh, no. It was too windy to actually try to manipulate. I already tried that VUE and it resulted End result is me climbing all the way up to the top of the tower. That's what I did.
Short pieces of the heat sink glue in it and put them on space apart.
Find a new rope up there with the drone and forget the pulley for the time being and get till you get somebody ready to climb it.
Oh, can you get the drone to thread the rope through the block?
With enough money for your drone, you can. Those $1,000 drones can do it. Well, I don't think you can get them to do that, but I'm saying you could get the drone, could get a rope through the tower with the drone, but no, you can't thread it through the AC4GL.
Back to the drawing board. W4WMT.
W4EM. W4OG. Get her done.
H2SPR.
Yeah.
You know, Glenn, is the problem is that Billy Joel just got old?
No, I don't know, Bill. I just think it was just a poppy sound for the most part.
Well, didn't he do an album where he just plays the piano and no backup and he just sings?
When I saw him in concert in Greensboro, the overwhelming majority of the concert was him on the piano. I mean, there was a little behind him, but not much.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Yes.
You were on this frequency around 3:30 yesterday afternoon.
I probably was.
I heard you.
Amazing. I was switching over. I got my Apache driving my RF kit now.
For your call out. You were doing testing.
And did I put my call sign out?
Yes.
Oh, good. So Garrett won't have to subpoena me.
Well, that GM program is up and running. I just thought I'd let you know because I was talking with Frank and Joe and W1WN, and I just happened to have the rig on when I heard you.
Oh, okay.
We're pretty strong.
Well, I disconnected the KPA 500 and hooked up the German amp. Running, trying to see what the drive takes. Right now, I'm putting out full 1500 with about on this frequency about 7 watts.
Okay, so you switched amps and that's what you were fooling with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Ernie, do you go back and forth to your new house every day?
No, we got a shelter-in-place order here. I only go up about twice a week.
How many counties do you have to go through to get there?
Well, I started in Futon County. I go through Forsyth, then Dawson, and then Pickens. So I guess the answer to that would be 2. I go through Forsyth and through Douglas.
Okay, so are all those counties under the same order?
They all got different orders.
Okay.
Everything's different. The sheriff said, we're not going to pull you over or arrest you, so.
And they're not pulling over or arresting anybody around here.
But the local people up there are spotting out of state, out of county tags, complaining about it on Facebook.
But I got a little perturbed with one of my buddies. He lives at Holden Beach, which is down there in Brunswick County, south near west of Wilmington. And he lives there full time. But most people that have places there are summer homes, or a lot of them are rental homes. And he was really ticked because the mayor was not going to close the bridge this weekend. He was complaining that a lot of people were probably going to come down there. And I said, well, I understand that, you know, they've banned short-term rentals. But he's like, well, in hurricanes they do that. And I said, yeah, but they make you leave too. I was just kind of, I guess I understand. I don't know.
Glenn asked him if he feels that the state should reimburse their property taxes for those people.
Yeah, that's, well, I didn't engage him on it. I just kind of said whatever, you know. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, where do you see how high everybody's taxes are going to go up when this thing's over?
You got that coming, Frank.
Better believe it. State and local taxes. These cities and everything were bankrupt to begin with, and so many people were behind the eight ball. They're going to be. You know who's going to pay for it?
Well, one thing who's going to pay for it is about half the people that work there, because you know what they're recognizing at my wife's office is that what they already knew is that about half of the support staff doesn't do crap. They'll walk around the office and stir up gossip and rumors and whatever. And that becomes readily apparent very quickly.
Glenn, the fallout is going to occur from the most unusual sources. You watch.
It's going to be really interesting to see. I'm just glad Melissa, out of the 10 judges in her office, the only 2 with more seniority than her are her boss and his boss. So she's, of the other 8 judges, she's been there longest by quite a few years. Not to mention she's the best judge there.
Hey, Stan, do you think we're going to see an impact somewhere down the road on corporation advertising on television?
Corporate advertising of what?
Well, you know, they have budgets for their advertising budget for whatever, and then they put ads on television, and I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing fewer and fewer big-time advertisements on television.
Are you talking about product advertising or corporate identity advertising?
That's a good, that one I'm guessing is product, but I'm not sure.
But you know what's already happened is the average ad is now like 15 seconds instead of a minute.
Good point, yeah.
If you eliminate product advertising, Bill, you might as well fill your television set while you can.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the big news channels, you know, when are we going to see certain people are not going to show up anymore because they've been laid off because the money's not there?
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, some of these talking heads are already talking about 30% unemployment. I mean, those people are not going to be taxed. That's a big chunk of the population.
Yeah, talk about people that don't add any real value to the economy. They're like lawyers without a judge.
Yeah. Well, look at all the sporting world. You know, the guy in the octagon or whatever wanted to do his big fights in Las Vegas in the middle of it or the end of April, and ESPN came out and shut him down. You know, they said it actually was Disney. I guess Disney owns ABC and ESPN.
I'm ready for some baseball.
Yeah, but. Silver, the head of the NBA came out and said that these basketball players should take a cut in pay. What I was, they're not playing, so why are they being paid if they're not playing?
Well, if you got a contract, they got to honor your contract. I think the NBA, they get paid per game. They're not getting their full salary.
Yeah, and then you got the football. And some people are saying that they shouldn't start this season, but who knows?
I guarantee in the collective bargaining agreement, there's somewhere something in there that addresses what happens if they can't play the games due to an emergency or something.
Yeah.
In the NFL, each player gets a game check at the end of the game. That's how they get paid.
Well, I know the XFL just shut down the whole thing, laid everybody off and shut down the whole thing. That was in the news yesterday. And I talked to my buddies, I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you do rack room shoes. You ever been to one of those? Heard of it. Yeah, I don't know how many stores they have, but he's like a Southeast guy for the whole country. He said they had furloughed 3,500 workers. Yeah. And you know, NASCAR, all those race teams, they're all sponsored, getting money from big sponsors. And if there's no racing, then why would the sponsor be giving money to the race team? Yeah, they have contracts too. I've been privy to some of those. Yeah. You wouldn't believe the deep. And you know, it's like the leases I deal with in Charlotte, Bill.
Well, I'll tell you,
a commercial lease.
Yep.
W4GL.
It could be a 2 SDR.
A commercial lease is in big print, might be 10 or 15 pages. Those commercial leases they have in Charlotte, those big law firms are mixed up in it, often 150 to 200 pages of small print. They address everything but your mama going to the bathroom.
W4ATL.
Morning, Sherman.
Hey, Sherman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Sherman.
K4CPD.
Hey, Dave.
Hello, David. Sherman, we missed you on 40 this morning.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at examining the inside of my eyelids this morning.
Okay.
Hey, David. Hey, David.
Yes, sir.
Have some good news since I talked to you.
What's that, sir?
My puppy's gonna be ready a week from Tuesday.
Oh boy. Oh man.
We were thinking it was gonna be June, and we had gotten our wires crossed, and we were thinking the welt date was a week from Tuesday, but that's the pickup day.
You won't be able to go get it?
Yep. Oh yeah. I got a badge, Stan.
Oh, okay.
I might get arrested if I try to use it. But picture needs to be updated.
Well, send Melissa to get it.
I think we're good. I can travel to that county for farm work.
You got lots of fun days ahead of you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's kind of it's a strange feeling, man. You know, I thought I was done with all that work for about another 6 or 7 years, and I was just gonna sit back and enjoy. But that's all right. It'll be a different kind of enjoyment. Just got to get something going. I've got to get this wood out of the way so I can get some kind of fencing arrangement up. I'm not having that mess happen again.
Yeah, that first 2 years is always a lot of fun.
Translation of Glenn's last transmission. That dog's got to get retrained, and I got to get with the program.
That's right.
All right. Hey, Glenn, our purveyor of protection equipment down here has been declared an essential entity, ergo they're open.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah.
Fellas, Bass Pro Shop's open. Had to go pick up some BBs because the dang squirrels were attacking my new bird feeder.
What do you buy?
I bought a Remington 1100 pump BB pellet gun for about $40, made out of all plastic.
Hey, what are you using in it though?
Yeah, those just copper coated BBs. Well, I got some pellets too, but I'm just popping them in the butt once in a while. Thing's pretty dang accurate, Stan. I'll tell you what, I was impressed. They had a heck of a selection of those things, and some of them are quite pricey.
Oh, I've noticed. I was looking at. I must have been back in December or January. I was looking at Cabela's in Greenville, and I was looking at those, and yeah, man, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, I'd say at least one of them with the scope was 279.
Whoa. Yeah, have you seen some of the velocity on those things? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I really wanted the CO2 one, but I guess everybody went over and bought them out when the thing started because they basically didn't have a very good selection on the shelf. I mean, they had the display models, and that was about it. Stan, it sounds like a pack of wolves around here. A neighborhood, you'll start hearing bang, bang, one direction, and a few minutes later you hear bang, bang, bang from another direction, and before you know it, it sounds like a harmony.
We got a similar situation here.
Going 40 this morning.
Do what?
Did you go on 40 this morning?
Yeah, Joe and BOZ up in Maryland was on with Chris Carroll, and the conditions were really weird because the propagation path between here and Joe and here in Maryland was about the same. Both of those guys were about between 25 and 30 overnight, and Chris Carroll was a solid 15 overnight for about an hour and a half.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it was these really unusual conditions.
I talked to Peter the other day, and he said Chris was mad at him because he talked to some guy or something. I was laughing. Anyway.
Hey, we'll see you guys later, 7-3. It's K4EM.
Have a great day, Dave.
Later, Dave. See you, man.
Have fun, Dave.
See you, Dave.
So get this one, Stan. So, there's Deacons meeting coming up Monday night, supposedly. Hadn't heard the first word out of the church. I mean, basically nothing except we're putting out a sermon once a week, and that's it. I emailed the head of the Deacons. I was like, dude, what are we gonna do about meeting or whatever? I'm sure we got some issues to address. To ask him, had we applied for our federal employee relief? He emailed me back and said the staff had made the decision that since people were still giving money, they didn't think we should apply for the relief because there's a limited pool of funds. This is the Baptist church. I said, that's interesting. And I only half-heartedly, facetiously asked him, are they going to decide when they might need to be furloughed too? Anyway, we're going to have a meeting.
The only thing we hear from that former church in Greenville is a weekly email reminder that
whether the state is going to do that because they don't consider it an essential activity. So we have to, or they may not consider it an essential activity. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, Pete, I may not have any infrastructure available. So yeah, WebSDR may in fact be gone for a while, but it'll be gone as long as I'm gone. So however long that takes, I just won't have any infrastructure to support it. I won't have any infrastructure, period. I won't have any place to put it. But yeah, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. Yep, indeed. Something else I was going to say here, but I don't remember what it is. So yeah, thanks Al for stepping up to the plate there and being our net control for this morning. Yeah, you guys are all doing real good. Hi to you, Pedro, and everybody else. So WA1QIX, standing by.
Topic, I have a suggestion for either now or in the future.
Send me an email real quick, but yes, I have a topic for the moment.
Okay, well, it's real quick. It's very, actually what you're going through made me think of it. Have you ever had to move your entire camp station? How do you think if you had to move your station now, how do you think that would go?
Yeah, I was going to use that one for next time. We actually did use that one once. That one's been used. Well, I could look it up and see when it was. It wasn't that long ago. But yeah, we did use that one once.
K1 Lima Charlie.
Hey, bud.
Steve, are you on the move?
Oh, hell no. No.
Good luck on that.
Luck in the contest.
Steve, are you in your old place or remote from the new place?
I'm still in the old place. This is the last day. I'm still in the old place. This is at least the last Saturday. Everything's coming down and supposedly moving over to the shed, which hasn't been delivered yet. So I'm still here. That's why we're here. We're here because the delivery of my shed, where the equipment was supposed to go, has been delayed. So still here. Otherwise, wasn't going to be here at all.
Wow, good luck on your move there.
Let me see if I have the floor.
You have it.
That, I hate to sound discouraging, but that may take a while because I wonder how much of the hold on, headphone batteries are shot. I wonder how much of the state is showing up at work. And there might be some people that need to handle that kind of paperwork, and it just ain't going to be available.
Yeah, that's the thing we're dealing with, Al. You're right, exactly. We may have an issue.
Hey, Steve?
Yeah, comment. I know before all this madness began to set in, and I was down visiting you and looking at the stuff you had. I'm interested in getting a hold of various pieces of iron, mod transformers, audio stuff, plate stuff, on and on and on. And I don't know if you've given all that away, if you still have it. And obviously, the way things are, I can't travel down that way for some time.
Most of it has. Let me make an adjustment here. Most of it has been given away. People have been coming to get stuff kind of steadily. So there's I had a kilowatt broadcast mod transformer and reactor that went. A lot of stuff has gone. So yeah, it's been good. I had a ton of floor standing antique radios. Those all went. I had a lot of stuff has gone. My cellar's beginning to. It's not looking empty by any stretch of the imagination, but. When you look around down there, you don't see too much. You don't see a lot of mod transformers and stuff like that. I do have a couple of things I'm gonna. Nobody has taken yet, and I'm going to hold on to because they're too good to get rid of. I have a 50 amp Variac down cellar. I have two of them. I have one up here and one down there. I'm taking that, and a couple of things like that are just that. And nobody wanted, which I was kind of surprised at. 50 amp Variac, well, yeah, it's good Variac, but I don't need it, kind of thing. So that's what I'm dealing with.
About 50, but well, all right, because I'm always looking around for pieces of mod iron and stuff like that. But so be it. No, good deal. You're getting it all moved out. Anyway, I'll be standing by here. It's going to be very convoluted. I've got a lot to deal with here with power outage, trying to keep the whole power chem station on the air and swapping batteries around. Looks like I'm going to have to run a extension cord lifeline from the area all the way into the puck bus because when the batteries run out, that's the end of the road.
You have a power outage going on at your place right now?
Not the first one yet. About Almost 30 hours so far.
Oh, so you're on generator, huh?
Yep. And no telephone and no internet either. I'm completely cut off.
No telephone, wow.
Yep, it was working yesterday for a while. You know, the more stuff came down and took out the phone line.
Oh, you have an outage because of wind. All right, very good. Anyway, I'll shut up here. I'll let other folks get in. WA1QIX.
Morning, Mark. How much snow did you get?
A little more than a foot. Jesus. Still on generator power, P-Dub? Well, I've been on it for almost 30 hours. Yeah, I went out yesterday morning around 5:30 in the morning.
Thursday evening, 6:15.
I'd like to get a hold of Mark.
Yeah, Mark. Big yellow dog.
I know, and it's just going to get in the way of some check-ins. Could you do me a favor, and at least for a while anyway, keep up with the check-ins and upload them? Would you be able to do that?
We can do that. I'm going to read up a list of people that I have on the list, so we make sure we get everybody. Okay, Victor Yankee 2 Whiskey, K1PJS, WA1HLR, NE1S, WX10, N1XPM, W1JX, W1JDR, KE1MI, N2YKX, K1G, W1PNC, W1EKG, W1IZZ, N1PS, W1VTP, K1QAR, WA1QIX, N1TZU, KC2FXE, AJ400, K1LC, N1GIC, and WA1IWQ. And that's all I have so far. If there's anybody else, over.
Right, who's after AJ400? Just give me that again.
N1GIC and WA1IWQ.
Not all of that.
Good.
Okay, now could somebody upload that?
I will in just a moment.
Dog, Maslin, Ohio. Good. Have a great day and God bless. K1, big yellow dog, in and out.
Thanks, Steve.
BYD, Stephen there. He's just saying, have a great day. I don't think he's checking in.
Well, he counts as a check-in. Yeah, when you're ready, I'll download that if you don't mind.
It's all ready.
Did you download first?
Getting ready.
Yes, I did.
Okay, as long as you download it first, then you can upload yours safely.
good since virtually March 31st. Apparently not.
Generally speaking, we've got
Coming up to less than half a minute, and Steve, if you don't mind, you could do the opening, if you could, and then introduce the topic.
Yep, will do. Wow. All right, let's see. We just do something real quick here. Stand by a sec. I just uploaded my list. What's all this crap in the background? All right. All right, very good. All right, wow. Well, this is going to be... All right. Keep an eye on things here. Get the time exact. Where are we here? Oh, it's 8 o'clock. Just kicked over. Got it just in time so the boys in England who are still listening, and I got a confirmation on that from the somebody who actually does listen to the Lonely Guys, among other things. He uses the web SDR. But they hear us. It's 8 o'clock. If it's 8 o'clock on a Saturday, it must be the Lonely Guys. Calling the only the Lonely Guys. The Lonely Guys Amplitude Modulation Network meets on 3875 kilohertz at 8 o'clock a.m. local time. So we do not vary with daylight savings time. We always begin local. The purpose of the net is fellowship. We attempt to seek each other in our RF loneliness, and I think we do it pretty well. The net was founded by W1ZZZ Peter, and Peter hasn't been on all that much recently because he is dealing with some health problems, but we are keeping Peter in our thoughts and our prayers. Joining the net is easy. All you've got to do is get the attention of Net Control. Check into the net. Indicate that you would like to become a permanent member of the Lonely Guys. And if that is the case, we will send you, or we will give you, or sign you a permanent bequeathable Lonely Guys number. And right as of this speaking, we have 470 Lonely Guys. So we have quite a few folks who have joined us over the past 20 years, and this is our 20th anniversary. We're still trying to figure out an anniversary get-together with all the social distancing. I think it will be impossible for a while, but who knows? This thing may start to finally die down. If we ever get a vaccine, it will die down a lot. So that's the situation. So the topic of the day, which actually was suggested by somebody else, and I thought it was really good. So I said, that's a topic we have never done. Hang on, I'm having problems. We've never done this topic, and while it's not specific to radio, the thing has certainly occurred on the radio. So this is the topic. As I say, somebody suggested it to me. I said, that's a damn good topic. Let's do that one. It's interesting watching my antenna impedance change as we're talking here. I may have to fix that someday, but I don't know when. Brother. Anyway, making adjustments here as we speak. The topic of the day is this: how easily? How did she put it? No, I got to think about it because I didn't write it down. I said, "Yep, that's a good topic." How easy is it for you to forgive and forget if somebody does you wrong? In other words, any situation, if somebody pisses you off or does something wrong to you, how easy is it for you to forgive such a person if you are wronged in some way, either a major way or a minor way? And how badly does that sort of stuff piss you off, and for how long? So that's the topic. How easy is it for you to forgive somebody if they do you wrong, and and has this ever happened? You don't have to discuss the incident, but how easy is it? That is the question. How easy is it for you to forgive somebody if you are done wrong? So that's the topic of the day, is suggested by somebody else, and I thought it was real good and kind of appropriate for the weekend. So we'll go with that one, and so we're ready to go. So before we actually get on with our check-in list here, which is fairly significant, let's see if we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys before we begin. This is WA1QIX.
W2TRH. K81SH. Good morning.
Here is November 3, Radio India Kilo.
K1 Zoot Suit.
WU2D.
Okay, wow. So what did I get? And I'll upload this, Al, if you didn't get all that. I got W2TRH, KB1. Good morning, Steve. Good to see you the other day. Steve came over and took a truckload of stuff. KB1MCV. Good morning, Jim. KD1SH. Good morning, Bill. N3RIK. Good morning, Bruce. WU2D. Good morning, Mike. And W1GTX. Are there more check-ins for the Lonely Guys?
Alpha Bravo 2, Romeo Alpha, number 340.
K1 Zoot Suit. Non-directional beacon.
K1. All right. Oh, that's interesting. The Z key on my computer wouldn't work, so that's why I couldn't check in. All right, I got W1G, AB2RA, Janice checking in, and K1 Zoot Suit. There were other stations. Who do we have?
On emergency power.
All right, we got some interference on here. It sounds like that net is back. W2NDB checking in, but there were several other stations. Who else do we have? All right, we'll go with this. Hang on, make an adjustment here. All right, we'll go with this list. We got quite a nice list going here. So I'll start it. I told Al I would start, and I will do that. And then we'll turn over to Al W1VTP because I have to continue with the moving activities here this morning. So, the topic of the day for the... I'm moving it. I got there's moving boxes in front of my operating position, and I can't pull up to the keyboard. I'm like leaning over and typing, typing that way. So... let me get this typed in. So go ahead, Mark. And Mark, thanks very much for conducting the pre-net. And I know you had a lot of help from Larry there and from Bob and probably others. Al, I mean, I heard all these guys in there helping. Thank you very much, Mark and Larry and Bob. I heard for sure in the beginning. So first up is yourself, then over there to John up in Prince Edward Island. And then Peter over there in Concord, New Hampshire, K1PJS, and then we'll have another quick call-up. So K1SRE, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys, K1SRE. Good morning, Steve. Hope you're feeling better. I guess with all that work you have, you probably don't even think about it. I forgive people very quickly. Of course, I'm sure there's a degree of quickness involved, depending upon how bad it is. But generally, I forget about those things pretty quick. And I know some people hold a grudge for a very long time, but I don't know. Seems like a lot of effort for getting nothing, as they say. Anyway, hope everybody's having a good week. We had about, I guess about 6 inches of snow here, very heavy snow. Power was out for about 1 day, and came back on. And Joe over there in Brunswick is still generating power. Sorry about that, Joe. But we came back online in 1 day. Not bad. Anyway, I hope everybody's going to have a good weekend, and hope everybody is safe and well and staying in their place. W1QX, K1SR direction from Bethlehem.
Yeah, you changed your call sign. You're very good, Mark. I'm glad you got power back. And all is well there. So thanks very much for all you do for the net and for conducting that very important pre-net. All right, let's see. Right over to John there. KY2, no VY2WW. I don't have my glass on. I hope I didn't lose them. I can barely see. VY2WW, WA1QIX and the Lonely Guys. Yeah, very, very fine there, John. Yes. That's a good one. I like that. The more you try to get back, the more it's going out the back door. I like that. Well, thanks very much for being part of the net this morning, and great Easter weekend to you as well. And we'll maybe be listening next week, and maybe not. Probably not transmitting, but we'll see. You never know. All right, let's see. Right over to Peter there, and then we'll have another quick call up. And I'm going to turn things over, if I could,
over to my friend Al there, if possible. So, in the meantime, over to you there, Peter. K1PJS, WA1QIX, and the Lonely Guys.
Okay, Steve Redwood, WA1QIX, K1PJS, glad you're feeling better, Steve. I say good morning to the Lonely Guys net. It's been a while since we've been on. Got the transfer to back online here short time ago, so good to hear everybody this morning. Nice to talk with Don a bit earlier from schedule. That's super. Very good here on coffee. Here, New Hampshire. Okay. And the only thing I would say, Steve, regarding coffee today is being used to weekend appropriate. And I found that holding a grudge really hurts yourself. Think about it, but then expecting about things that really doesn't do much good. Trying to let things go, and sometimes you just don't know all the facts and things, and I find more often than not that it's just misunderstanding. That's probably just things slide most of the time. It's something I think we all experience, and that's my opinion on it. So again, happy Easter to all, and thank you everyone this morning. So back to you, Steve. WA1QIX and PJS.
Yeah, very good, Peter. Great to hear you. Yeah, it's been almost 2 years. It's been 2 years. Last time we have you down here is the 3rd of February. So how do you like that? Of 2018, not 2019 even. So great to have you back on the net and try to get in as often as possible. It's really good to have you back on here, and we have a few other people haven't checked in for a while either, but not that while. Everybody else has checked in this year except Wally checked in December 2019. So, but everybody else is. So it's good to hear you. All right, let's have another quick call up here, and then if you are ready, may I upload the database and turn it over to you? We'll call people up first. If you're not ready, I'll carry on here for a bit, but I really should get going to do stuff. It's not raining. It's been raining. It's hard to move in the rain, and it has been raining. It rained, and today we have 2 good days of stuff. We're going to move a lot of stuff today. All right, so do we have more check-ins for the Lonely Guys? This is WA1QIX.
W1CTC.
All right, Bob, we got you. W1CTC. Thanks for being part of the net today. And all right, let's see. I'm going to make a couple of comments because I won't have any time on the topic of the day. I found as I get older, it has become easier and easier to forgive anybody who does basically anything. To me anyway, because I figure I'm probably still, I am definitely in the debtor's column. In other words, I have done more stuff, I'm sure, more stuff that's wrong, I figure, that people that I have been forgiven for, let's put it that way. So I still owe a debt. So I am very quick to forgive people, and I try to have a philosophy that it's okay, or what the heck, or all right, they did that, yep, maybe it was just a one-time thing. I'm going to totally forget about that. If they're like that all the time, well, I might avoid them, but heck, I'm still not going to go and being some kind of a jackass about it or try to affect revenge or anything like that. So that's my philosophy, and I find it as many people have said, it doesn't do you any good to hold a grudge. It does no good whatsoever. It just eats away at you. And there's a very interesting book called Anger Kills, and boy, it's the truth. So always best to let it go, and but not always easy. So I'm still a recovering, no. But anyway, for my part, I figure I'm still a debtor, so I definitely let it go. So with that, Al, are you ready, able, and willing?
Yeah, probably.
All right, stand by, please. Hold on a moment. All right, Al, the database is uploaded, so why don't you download it? I'll give you a sec to pull that baby down from the server. It's got all the latest check-ins and the topic typed in. And thanks for being net control. Next week, I do not know if I'm going to be able to get on the air at all. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get on the air again, at least with any sort of a usable signal. I might be able to get up from Mirror Lake, depending if the antenna is still up or not. If it's not up, I probably won't be able to do anything from there either. So back to you there, Al. W1VTP, and thanks everybody for checking in. We'll look to talk to everybody soon, and hope to be back on the air as quickly as possible, but who knows how long that is. W1VTP, WA1QIX.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you. And is one of you folks, Mark, are you going to be able to keep a running list for me?
Are you having trouble with your computer?
I'm having trouble with my fingers.
Oh, your fingers. But you got everybody's checked in, right? You downloaded the database, so you have everybody checked in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's turn it over to WA1HLR. Tim, go ahead with your comment.
KKL, W1VTP, well, for once, we get another very interesting topic of a non-ham radio nature, but then again, it is. Most of us age and mellow through time. We all have our own growing up to do and metamorphosizing. Well, when I was younger, something wrong with me. Boy, I'd hold a grudge for years, but I'd want to just get back at them. You know, because I was the kind of guy that would kind of roll over, oh, Tim wants to be, you know, laid back, and then I'd get taken advantage of. Well, I'm older, I put up with less and less crap from people. And I really didn't start to ham radio lines, in that we're bordering on a ham radio subject. I was always battling and tangling ass with certain groups of slop-bucketeers where and we battled night after night after night, you know, like area dog and, you know, it got to be really ugly. Well, one of the individuals decided to show up on AM. And I talked with him. And then, like that, all the grudge holding, and we became friends. And the same thing with one of the other slop-bucketeers that was well known for being an AM hater. You got on AM, and you still hear him on in Cincinnati area. And occasionally and we finally ran into each other at Dayton. No problem. Discourse I survived, and the the situation gets diffused. And on the other hand, political. I have my own ideas and my own thoughts. And frankly, there's other people's thoughts. They're in total opposition to how I feel, how I think things are. I think this person is being pivotal. I don't that referred to me as the enemy because he didn't like the fact that who he wanted to see president did not get elected, and of course at all get elected got elected. And to this day I don't speak evil and hold a grudge, but nor would I go over and piss on his grave when he dies either. He has been befriended, and I'll just leave it at that. And meanwhile, other people that have disowned me because of my politics, well, things have kind of come back to center and whatnot, and it's pointless holding grudges. You know, as you said, it does eat you up. It's corrosive. But if somebody continues to be a jerk, I have little tolerance for that person. And I'll cite one ham radio instance that happened very recently where you hit the trigger point. And as far as I'm concerned, you better watch out. I'll come back at you twice as hard. Yeah, I was on one evening recently with Robert W0VMC and a couple of others, and the band conditions weren't quite as good. And Robert was saying, you need to run more power. You're piss weak, essentially. He didn't put it in those words. So I was like, all right, I'll be back. And I put the Kingston 600 on. Of course, it's a mechanically noisy, buzzing transmitter. You know, buzzing power supply cabinet, you know, from the filter reactor, antenna changeover relay, DC on. Like, these things are low on the list of priorities around here. But it lays out what I call, for all the harmonics and garbage, a debris field that keeps various encroachers away, or it scratches their back. So I put the thing on for working review. I don't know what I wanted this on for. I made a bit of a transmission, not long. So I went to pass it over to one of the other guys. And somebody broke in that was rather pissed weak on rice box, and then while that guy broke in, I tried to pass it over to him. This other guy is on there with some grungy sounding rice box on AM. Didn't sign his call letters, and he was ranting and raving about what a horrible signal I had, and I gotta get that shit off the air, and blah, 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 blah. He's going on and on and on and on and on. And he just hit me the wrong way, so that when he dropped it, I just keyed up the transmitter and just put it this way, and blow it out your ass, and dropped it. And he went away. And I figured, good. Another numbnut gone away. So the next morning, my wife shares my internet with me, and she does housekeeping. And she brought us this email from this government announcer. You know, the subject matter was, blow it out your ass, question mark. And then he went on ranting and raving, and dropping lots of F-bombs at me and calling me, that he's sick and tired of me pontificating about technical subjects and this and that and the other thing. You think you know it all, blah, 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 blah. I'm 10 times the radio amateur that you are, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. In fact, I shared the email with a few people, plus my response. So I was just getting over junk email folder. My wife wanted to delete it and flush it. It's like, I'm coming back at this guy, and she got all upset with me that I would spend the time. But the thing is, to neutralize that anger, it's like, why don't we So, I'm cooling off into the whole thing. I went to look for the email in the junk email folder, and she cleaned it out. So I was able to go into the deleted items folder, and I found it, moved it into the inbox, and I sat down, and I answered it. And man, I smacked them real. And I don't think you wanted to use that to really but I just started down I've been in ham radio for more than 50 years. I got my first phone in 1970. I've been involved in broadcast engineering. I've been involved in all kinds of installs, and I've had all the way up to 500 kilowatt experience, and rant and rave and rant and rave and rant and rave. And then I closed the email. So in short, my poison, blow it out your effing ass. And then I just was like sincere in my name and call sign. And I thought this was going to escalate into a war. And it's like, well, I'm into it now. I'm not the kind of guy that backs out of the front steps and walks away. And I've always been that way. So I never got a response. That's fine with me. So while I'm holding a grudge, I just need to head up, deal with it, and then move on with life.
KG2IR.
Yeah, okay. Good. That's so one of broken songs. I tend not to do that, but anyway, it is an approach. I don't think I would do it though, but we all know you, Kenny, and we love you. Okay, let's go on to the next station. Now there was a carrier and some modulation off to one side, and I don't know if that person is trying to check in or not. But you were outside of my IF filter, so if you want to check in, go ahead now.
KG2IR, you hearing the station now?
Yeah, I do now. Okay. Good enough. Over to you, Larry. 81SW1 VTP.
Generally speaking, if someone respects other persons and property, we're going to get along fine. Whether it's a pattern or not, or a one-time severity of the offense, stuff like that. But,
just ignore them, and eventually they'll go away. We try to reduce them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we've all developed, most of us, I think, have developed an approach that tends to diffuse situations. People that perhaps have personal issues or something that one might have said that set them off. And if there's any way to diffuse the situation, then that's a good way to go. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to me, at least. I try not to. Yes, it helps to be able to turn up the wick. And some of these folks, I have other places I frequent, nets, and I call it the 5 o'clock hour. Some folks, I think, get through stuff, and then they find a net to get on and to just make comments in the background with some. Most of the time they don't identify, and the tendency is just to ignore them, because if you recognize them, then that gives them what they want. Anyway, over to Bruce, WX10. How's the progress down there, and what are your views? Are you a person? How easy is it for you to forgive a person if they've treated you wrong? Go ahead, Bruce, your comments.
Good morning, Al, and the rest of the fellows on the net. I hope I'm being heard, because reception down here in the eastern shore of Maryland is difficult. And of course, I still have the problem with a wandering frequency. But nevertheless, well, the question is how easy is it to forgive and forget? And for me, it's not easy. But my approach, as I ponder on it this morning, has been, if I run up against an immovable object, I will look for another path to get around it. Or if that object steps into my path, I will look for another option to get around it. So there are, I do have grudges, but they are in the past, and I just look for an easier way to live. That said, I will say it always comes to mind a phrase that my wife Mary Alice has taught me. We all know that this phrase that time heals all wounds, and I think that's true. But she turns it around and says time wounds all heals, and I think that's true too. So typically I try to find another path to my destination, and just try not to run up on the shoals of life. Thanks for jumping in there, Al. Looks like my VFO is stabilized. That's interesting. So back to you, W1VTP, WX10.
Yeah, okay, Bruce. And I assume that the outlook on getting back up into New England is not all that great. Over. Excuse
me? Go ahead.
say, what is the outlook for moving back into New England?
Well, the path is not clear. I have to go through Delaware, New Jersey, and New York. And all of those states are dealing with it in different ways, which does not show a clear route and a expedient route to get back into New England. So we're monitoring the situation. I think we're here for at least another month. But I'll be checking in. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Just trying to keep up with things. All right. Well, wish you luck on that, and I hope you can adopt that little kitty cat that we were going to take a look at. Over to Bob, N1XBM. Your comments, over. We all have our ways of dealing with life, but feuding is certainly debilitating, in my view. good enough. Thank you for your comments, and I'll turn it over to Wes, K1 GTX. And after Wes, he'll have a call-up. And I don't know if Mark doing SRE is keeping up with the check-ins or not, but in case I miss it, I'd like to know that somebody is currently. But anyway, over to K1 GTX. Wes, your comments. K1 GTX, you there?
Yeah, that's supposed to be W1 GTX.
Go ahead.
No, it's W.
Okay, so it's W1 GTX, and then we can check you in if you wish.
Maybe later. Thank you, Al. I know who you're doing.
Okay, we'll add him to the list. Mark, are you prepared to put W1 GTX on the list?
He's already in there. He's number 32 on the list right now.
Okay, so it's just a matter of just doing the list. All right, so Wes, if you want to make your comments now to keep the order, that's fine. If not, we'll move on.
All right. I'll take it.
Okay, well, just to keep the order straight to my mind anyway. Okay, good enough. Thank you for your comments. Over to Wally. Haven't talked to you in a long time, Wally, and I wanted to come down and visit you, but now it doesn't look so hot. Our chances. Over to you, Wally, for comments. Go ahead. In there. He's at near the bottom of the list. Over.
Was it number 7? But don't worry about it, guys. I'll just head out of here.
Who is that? Yeah, who was that just said? Well, just go ahead and identify.
Hey guys, yeah, it's W1 GTX. Yeah, I was in it like number 7 or something like that, but it's just the whole list is getting messed up. So, you guys do what you want.
Well, come on in and make your comment. You can, it doesn't matter, is that mine?
All right, sounds good. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, usually I try to get in here early because I get the littles upstairs and just I gotta get in out quick. So, I don't have too many grudges on things. It's a buddy of mine who's friends with me for a long time, and he wanted me to put a computer on credit for him, and he ended up not really burning me. He paid for like 6 months, like $600 worth of it, and then all of a sudden decided, well, he didn't want the computer anymore, and he wanted his money back that he paid into it. I'm like, well, I'm stuck with the bill of the computer now, and then you want your money back? I'm like, so instead of burning the friendship, I just said, whatever, I ate it, and stayed friends with the guy, but it still kind of haunts me, 20 years later, and I just go, it gets irritating, on something, and it's just, sometimes I just choose to let things go, and then sometimes I don't. I only have one real bad grudge with somebody because he has I don't know what his problem is with me and at work, so I kind of just, push it away. I can't get in a fight with the guy and do different things, so just, it is what it is. I mean, I don't get into anything with anybody on ham radio about, this is because you all know a lot more about this than I do. So I kind of tend to just
sit back and listen and learn, and then, you know, someone has a different opinion about it. Oh, okay. So, but all right. Well, thanks again. Let me jump in, and I will talk to you all later. So 7-3s, be safe, everybody. W1GTX back to you, Al, and the lonely guy.
Yeah. Okay. I had a similar situation at work, and this guy, for some reason or other, he had issues, and I recognized them. And for some reason, he had it in. I was actually the group leader in the lab, but he had it in his head that he was smarter than I was, doing everything in his power to undermine me, and I just assumed a professional attitude, and in fact recommended him for an engineering position to my boss, and my boss and I were friends, and I recommended to him and was able to be promoted because of that. Actually, he got that guy. He had a whole lot of baggage, and he ended up being walked out by the two men in black suits, if you know what I mean. And it turns out that he was involved in some criminal activity. So he had some real issues. So just in the workplace, you can just say just be professional about it, and in a professional basis, that's not a whole different way of doing things. Okay. I don't know if Mark, are you there? No, okay, we'll just take check-ins and see what happens. Check-ins for the lonely guys next time. Go ahead. Nothing heard. W1KBR, Wally, and back here. Nothing heard. Okay. KE1MI. Greg, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Al. KE1MI. Hello, guys. KE1MI. Good morning, everybody. 32 degrees and partly sunny. But there's some snow on me overnight. Yeah, I didn't want to know, but guess what? We got one. As far as super grudges, I don't normally do that. At least I never did before. Just like Steve said earlier, it's just like too short. Making myself ill and not working. So I think I can do that myself. I really can't think of any time to get back there. I don't know. That's just the way I do it. Anytime you move, you can start listening in the background with this presence and presence here as well. So maybe we can hear you back on there shortly. And I'm glad you're feeling better anyway, at least enough to move, and on to a new chapter in life for you there, in a new location. 73 years. That's all I've got, Al. Thanks for picking it up today.
Yep. Yep. It actually it does take evaluating itself. It does actually cause medical problems. Eventually, the person has to. What's the word? It's volcanic. You just never know what they're going to blow up. And professional judges I never understood. Unless the person is a pain in the, you know what? Anybody could be, to have a grudge against anybody. So I don't understand it. And again, the workplace, that's another whole different thing. And I think the answer to that is treat the individual on a professional basis. And personality doesn't enter into it. The guy has a position. He does his work, and I do mine. The initial list manager. Okay, N2 YKX. Andrew, your comments.
W1 VTP and the Lonely Guys, N2 YKX. Well, man, oh man. Well, I usually, try to forgive and forget over time, but I guess it depends on the offense. I can tell you one that I still haven't been able to, not that I'm holding a grudge as much as just haven't been able to forget. And well, I haven't talked to the person since then, but they told me they had cancer, that they needed to borrow some money or would just need the money. I wasn't even a loan. It was just they needed money. I gave them money. It wasn't a real large amount, but it wasn't a small amount either. Gave them the money, and I was feeling bad. I was doing all I could to actually, because I know some people that know people. that makes sense. At good hospitals and talking to people. My boss, for one, he really, he knows all these people, and I talked to him, and he knew I was upset, and he's like, don't worry, this is the person you got to talk to, you can do this, you can do that, this is what you got to do. So I go through all this, and then I find out later that the person did not have cancer, and that they were using the money to buy drugs. So I, have not been able to forgive that person. I don't know. That's about it for me. I guess I'll pass it back to the net. This is N2 YKX.
Well, I do that more of a defensive role that you're taking. This person is criminally inclined. Does not have any relationship with this kind of people at all. I'm not sure that you could say you're holding a grudge. I think you're just saying, the person is criminally inclined, and you stay away from those associations from those people. At least that's my view anyway. AJ1G, Chris, good morning. Your comment.
Hey, very good, Al. W1BTP and the Lonely Guys, AJ1G. Yeah, interesting topic. Well, yeah, it does no good to hold grudges, and I've had a couple of occasions where things could have gone badly, but luckily myself and the person involved in each case made amends, and we both felt so much better for it. It's actually, I just thought of this one here in the last couple of minutes. Is back in college, my roommate at our frat at URI, he and I, we always got along really well. He did something to really piss me off one time, and I just blew up on it, and I recall taking all this stuff and putting it out in the hall and telling him, get the hell out of here. It was just so infuriating that he did what he did. But I understand in retrospect why he did it. But we eventually made up. It was a ball that lasted a day or two, I guess. And we tempers cooled down, and people talked to us, and we shook hands, and it was gone. But now we laugh about it. It was actually kind of a funny thing, and the whole reaction, was what he did and then how I reacted and all. But you can't. Life is too short to hold grudges. I had a recent one in the last year or so. Before I retired with a guy at work, we were working on a project, and he and I had differing opinions on how to attack the issue, and we got to words, and words got to very loud dB levels and things like that, and then we just stopped talking. I mean, literally, and it was very awkward because the guy worked about 10-15 feet away. We were always in meetings together on what we were working on. it just was bad, but finally we just decided, hey, this is not good. You know, we talked it out, and, each apologized, shook hands, and left friends, and I'm glad that didn't continue until I retired. I really feel bad about it. Something like that continued over the long term. It's just not good. Just eat that. And sometimes that's, especially if you have to deal with it on a day-by-day basis. You're working in the same room basically as someone you're having a grudge with, and everyone knows the two of you. You're not talking. It's just bad. So you gotta. Peppers flare. Especially amongst guys. I think guys tend to flare up and then very quickly make peace. There's no good at holding long grudges forever. Anyway, everyone have a great weekend. Be safe. Stay safe. All you guys in Maine, stay warm. I hope your power comes on. I didn't realize how bad it was, so I started hearing some of the reports. You guys got really hammered up there, and I hope your situation goes out. Yeah, Tim, you were mentioning about the cable. I don't know if your phone comes in on Twisted Pair anymore, or you've got TCP/IP type, whatever they call the landline over a network. We have that down here. Comcast, they have battery power, and then for extended outages, we've had one, I guess, after the big storm a few years ago in the fall. They have taps on various repeaters along their telephone poles that the service is strung along, and they actually brought generators out and put them on the line to power the nodes up, and we got it back that way. So I hope you get it back soon. Hopefully, maybe you at least get a wireless internet access through cellular there. Everyone, stay safe. God bless you all and your families, and hopefully we'll get through this latest crisis together. W1VTP, AJ1G.
Yep. Well, I was totally unaware of this storm up in Maine. I've been kind of doing exactly what they want us to do. Other than that, more or less just hibernating here at the shack. I have plenty to entertain myself with. And, the only thing I go out for is occasional shopping trip, and go out there, wearing gloves and a mask and all that sort of thing. I was fortunate enough to get this ahead of time. I could see it coming, and so I bought the actual glove and the regular surgical mask, and so I have a good supply of them. So I caught it in time. I think I have enough for the duration, at least. Anyway, because there's a difference, I think, this is I feel anyway, from my experience, there's a difference between the workplace and your circle of friends, let's call it. And at the workplace, this should not ever be an issue. And shame on management if a team, in other words, management picks a team to work on a project, and then management doesn't follow through. And if there's an issue, an interpersonal issue between the team members, that should be resolved ASAP, because that affects the product. It affects milestones. Milestones sometimes results in penalties, monetary penalties, and so on. There's a lot of things that can go on because management is not overseeing a team effort in any particular project. Gets to have a team leader, and they work together on just about an equal basis, but nonetheless, there's one guy that has to report to management on what's going on. And I speak from personal experience on that score. It just does not pay to have insurance. It costs money. Any company that lets that slip by is being careless about the way they do business. Okay, after that, KC2DHU. Hi, Jim. How easy is it for you to forgive a person if they've done you wrong? 7-1 VTP.
Hey, good morning, Mal. Al, just adjust this thing a little bit. Oh, there we go. Well, when I was younger, I was, as we were hot-headed, And probably in my 30s, you know, as other people are saying, you start to mellow and you get a better perspective about life. I have had a couple of instances, and I pretty much took Tim's approach, to be very honest with you. I had a guy on 2 meters years ago. I have a little 2-meter repeater, and it's been on the air probably about 15 years now. And this guy just came in there one day. I think he was somewhere in Jersey, just claiming that I put this repeater on the air and I was interfering with him. And he was a good ways away. And I tried to explain to him, I said, this thing's been on the air for years. This thing didn't just show up. No, you just put this thing on the air now, and your deviation's off, and this is off, and the other thing's off. I said, no, it's not. And I said, if you think the deviation's, you know, off, I'm happy enough to even back it down if you're getting some interference from it, just to keep you happy. And he was going on and on and on. And finally it just got to the point where he tripped the mercury switch, and I pretty much told him like Tim did, blow it out your effing ass. And it worked. Went away. Never heard from him again. And I did have one instance on sideband, calling the YL net. That's going back a few years ago. And then some Yahoo pops in there, and we're about a half hour into the net and says, you're interfering with our QSO and all kinds of other stuff. I said, we've been on the air for over a half an hour. We didn't just start up on top of your QSO. And he was adamant. And he was one of these southern guys, and talking with a drawl and calling me all kinds of stuff, and just going on and on and on. My blood started to boil. And it's probably one of the time I actually told somebody exactly how to, where to, and when to go F themselves. And gave my call sign out loud and clear, because I expected to get a letter or something from that one. And well, he didn't go away. He just kept on droning around in the background, and just ignored him. But I did not get a letter, which I was kind of surprised of. But other than that, yeah, I even forgive him. It's an idiot. That's simple as that. And so stuff pretty much rolls off my back. It takes a lot to trip my trigger. I have a good buddy he's changed his call sign before, sold all his radios, bought radios back, sold them again, bought them back because he gets into a pissing match with somebody. And I've actually sat with him at my living room table. I said, you got to stop this. You're going to give yourself a heart attack. You can't let these people get to you. And be honestly, he's usually the one that instigates it, and instigates the whole situation until he just starts to boil over. And you know, he'll tell me about stuff that happened, you know, back in the late 80s or the early 90s, and he still holds a grudge about it. I said, you gotta let that go. I said, you just can't live like that. I said, you will have a heart attack. And but yeah, no, I let stuff roll off my back. There have been people in my past that I'd say they either did me wrong or they did things that were just really totally not right. And you know, pretty much just you know, I just kind of figured I really don't need that person in my life, you know, and I don't want to be around what they're up to or into doing. And no sweat off my back, so I'm not going to hold a grudge about the person or something. I mean, if I were to pass them on the road, I'd say, hey, how you doing? But, you know, I'm not going to be best buds with you or anything like that. You know, so I just kind of let it go and try to keep life, with all the stress that's involved with life anyhow, just, you know, the simpler the better, and, you know, try to keep a smile on your face, and even if somebody is miserable, put a smile on their face. It may change the whole situation. That's my take on the situation from Tompkins Cove, New York. W1VTP and the Lonely Guys, KC2DHU.
personal relationships, and then we have amateur radio. And we had such a thing as the amateur code. And one of the very first paragraph of the amateur code is the radio amateur is considerate to the never knowingly operates in such ways so less than others. And I try to let that be my guide, but you always run into these people that, as you say, I call them try to clock our people. People are carrying a lot of personal baggage, and it's just, you're going to have a hard time with it. It does not favor to not forgive and then move on. And this person is a constant source of, in other words, if they're just constantly at war with everyone around them, it's best to just stay away from them because that eventually is going to poison you. But anyway, I recommend looking up the radio amateur code on your Google machine, and you'll see how this is not there. It actually way back in the 20s by Paul M. Siegel, W9EEA, in 1928. So something to go by as far as amateur radio relationships. Anyway, over to W1 DNC, Mike, your comments. Go ahead. W1 DNC, Mike. W1 EKG, Ross. W1 EKG, Ross. Nothing heard, and any of you guys, you can just say I'm back, and we'll catch up on the list, and I'll try at the end of the run here to bring these guys back in. W1IZZ, Larry, your comment.
W1 VTP and the group, Whiskey 1 IZZ, Larry here on Cape Cod. It's a pretty nice day, windy, but pretty nice. Better than it has been. This is not anyway, the subject, well, you know, like I think most people have said, when I was younger, I had a temper. You get older, you get more introspective. You know, I did this whole transcendental meditation thing when it was fashionable, and still do it occasionally, but not as often as I used to daily. And that kind of calmed me down, I think. And basically, I think it's, you know, it's not worth it. It just isn't worth it. Somebody said the best revenge is living well. I think that's probably true. And the company thing, I've mentioned maybe a couple of times. I had a company. I had about 135 employees, mostly technical, and I never tolerated any of that nonsense of people with their little childish grudges, and in fact terminated a couple of people for exactly that. You can't have that in a company. It's got to be a team. Everybody's got to work together. If you can't do that, then find somewhere else to work. Yes. Absolutely. As far as personal fault, I don't worry about it. The only thing is change frequency and go away. I'm not going to argue with somebody. It's not worth it. You can't win. Obviously, the person is too stupid in the first place. There's quite a bit of it. Super weird. I got to really say that. Watching it. No big deal. The family is. And personal stuff, I don't get excited that much about it. If I loan somebody something, I don't expect to get it back. Usually you do, but if I don't, But on the other hand, it does depend on what we're talking about. You know, how serious the thing is. If it's some violence against somebody, that's a little different. So I don't generally like to like to get onto it, but not always. But anyway, I'm certainly not perfect. W1 VTP and Whiskey Mike.
Good words to still live by. I think I'm having trouble with my headphones here. There, that sounds better. Yeah, no, I agree with the workplace. There's absolutely no place for it, and if the people aren't going to be professional, then they need to be somewhere else. So, let's have a call up. And I guess Mark has left me. I was hoping that Mark would help keep the list, so if I have to, I'll just write it down on paper and then transfer it over to the logger at my leisure. Do we have any additional stations to log in to check into the Only Guys Net come now?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this AB2RA. I'm working on a Viking 2 CDC here, and my number's 340, and if once in a while you could throw out the current numbers that you're calling, it would give me an idea when I have to be ready to leave the workbench. Good net, by the way. Good question. AB2RA.
Yeah, we can move your workbench.
No, I'll take my assigned slot. I'm going to be here for hours, just, to give a number every once in a while so I know when I'm coming up. That's good. AB2RA.
Okay, well, you're talking at 16 right now to give you those 16 more transmissions. Okay. You're right after Mike's WH. Okay, W1 PNC, Mike, your comment.
Good morning to the net, W1 PNC. And we can get slow over here in Victor. And I feel bad for our team, the guys up north who've lost power, or in the service areas. I hope their emergency services people can come through. It won't be a lot of fun with everything that's going on. And a great topic today. It was making me think a lot about the people who judges against me. I've been also a manager in a large corporation, but at a local level, I had to fire 2 people, both who I knew that were managers, and I would come across, in my non-work hours, what I would see at swim events, and what I would see at fishing events. And I often wondered if how that would work. And I must admit, the one who, the Ham, he grew from the experience. He was one of those people who, was okay with forgiveness and picked up and learned a lesson and was on his way. Unfortunately, the other guy was just the other way around. It got turned bitter. Even though all the people that knew him agreed with me that I had to do it. So his case is an example, I think, of where not forgiving can eat you up. And that's a real shame. So I hope to practice that more. The people I know, after having been on the other end of it. Hey, thanks for running the net. And we'll get you next week. Hope everybody stays nice and safe. Keep away. I'll tell you, it's immune-impaired people like me with a big smile when we see people wearing masks. You just want to be careful and keep people from me from getting knocked down and out. So thank you to everybody out there who's taking precautions, even if it's uncomfortable. It means a lot to a lot of the people I know on our side of the street. And BTP. And the Lonely Guys, W1BN2, Oakdale.
And I was able to buy
surgical mask before they shut the gates on those. Well, that was an oddest eBay experience I ever had. Was the order for the surgical mask. I think what happened was, I don't know exactly, but I think they actually shut the gate on the mask, and you can still buy them at tremendously elevated prices. I thought eBay was better than that. But I bought them right at the point where they were still reasonable, and I was able to buy about 100 masks, and I bought about 200 surgical gloves. That's great. So anyway, it's too bad. It's sort of a sign, I think, of maturity and other things. But it's a good person is one who's able to forgive, but not be naive about it. You've got to be. You can't be naive in your forgiveness. You got to realize that the guy has a history, and if at all possible, distance yourself from that person. Anyway, over to Ross, K1, W1, EKG. How you doing, Ross? And your comments. W1, I'm sorry. Yeah, did I say it right? W1 EKG, Ross. Your comments? Nothing heard. N1PS, Peter, W1 VCT. N1PS, W1 VCT, your turn. Q1QAR, Ted, are you there?
Dear Martha. Taking the net there out. Meow, big meow for Rosie. I don't know if she's on top of the A4 warming her butt or what.
Go ahead, make them two comments if you wish. John, KC2FXA, your comments.
Okay. Good morning, Al. I guess they're dropping off like flies there. Let's see, my comments. Good morning, all. It's KC2FXE, Catskill, New York. Hopefully everybody's doing well where they are. I'm just going to check my antenna because I didn't want to do it while I was on here. Let's make sure. Got it tuned up. Changes from being wet and dry. Anyway, topic of holding grudges and being angry at people. I'm kind of a soft, easy guy, kind of guy. I try to avoid trouble at all costs. I'm not much for getting in trouble with people. If there is, I like to avoid it. You know, I don't confront people. You know, maybe just to get the issue out of the way. But I don't hold grudges. I've very little. I don't think I've ever held a grudge in my life to anybody. I'm an easy kind of guy. I'd rather go away from the trouble issues than face them most of the time. My wife, on the other hand, she charges. But no, we kind of avoid them. I don't have many enemies that I know of. If I do, I don't know about them. I avoid them if there's someone that has an issue with me. If there's someone I don't want to be associated with, so they have an issue with me. It's their problem. It's something they got to worry about. I won't deal with them. I'll find another way to do what I want to do. Anyway, I'll keep it short. I don't know how many stations are still hanging out here, but Steve, good luck with the move there, buddy. I've been listening, and I guess you've been pretty busy. Anyway, hope to catch you whenever you get the system back together, I guess. And with that, I'll go back over to you, Al. You hopefully everything's doing okay up there in your security there, you know, staying in. That's what I haven't been outside for quite a few weeks. I'll go outside, walk around the yard or something, but I haven't gone any place. It's going on 3 weeks now, I guess. Starting to get cabin fever here anyway. Got to get out and get back working on my truck. I haven't worked on my truck in 4 weeks now. Get up there, so continue working on it. I'd like to get things going by the summer sometime. But anyway, what else? That's all I got to comment on. No big stories or nothing that I can remember. I know the older I get, the mellower I get. The less things bother me. You know, I just not worrying about things. You're better off not worrying about stuff. You know, like water off the duck's back. You know. Anyway, back to you, Al. Hope you're having a good day. And we'll be listening here. KT2FXC, back to the Lonely Guys.
Yeah, that was it. And, I'm surprised that is this garage not, your truck, is it not located in a isolated section of the garage where the customer doesn't come and go and that sort of thing?
Well, it's in a private garage, but it's a large private garage. And I got the truck in the corner, and there's lots going on in there. You know, they got the owner, since he moved, and his son took over the property and everything. He's rented out the garage space to several young guys that are in there doing things. I guess, you know, he's a metal fabricator, you know, welder, and he's been quite busy, and he's got like 3 or 4 people that work with him, and they're quite busy. So no, I haven't been back to the shop due to that. You know, I've been texting him and that, and he says, no, he says, if you know, conditions are, you know, everything's fine, the truck's doing fine, don't worry about it. When things clear up, you know, you can get back here. So that's what I've been doing. Bonnie don't want me to go out the door. She's afraid of. We're both kind of nervous about going outside. I mean, who knows what this stuff can do? I mean, I've got too much of a issue with, you know, with other existing issues that I don't need something else taking me out. So I'm kind of nervous about even going out and going any place anymore. She's even afraid to go to the store. Hasn't been in the store in several weeks. Since the last time she went out to the store, she says, it's a zoo down here. You wouldn't believe it. I go, yeah. People are just freaking out. I don't know how to deal with it, so we're just shut-ins right now. For now. Anyway, back to you, Al. Yeah, as far as going over to the truck, I'll wait. I can wait out this situation, see if anything arises with it. But you know, you got 3, 4 young guys over there. They're all in their mid-20s, early 30s, late 20s, and they you know, they just the younger generation don't feel there's an urgency to stop walking around. So I don't want to get involved with them guys.
That's good. All right, curious. Well, let's see. We have the AJ4 and then after that, Bud, the K1LC. Pedro, your comments? Good morning to you all and to the longer guys. Over here in South Windsor, a beautiful day today. The temperature is around 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Regarding the topic, you know, for the day,
I guess life is too short, to hold grudges, for a long time. I try to avoid those type of situations, and usually I let go a lot of the stuff. I do this, it's easier and more healthy not to pay attention to those things. And over here in radio, I have been a ham radio operator for many, many years. And people that like to bother you in the radio, usually they, what they have, it's a big envy, of what you're doing. So I don't pay attention to those situations, I just change frequency or something very often. Go away. And that's what I have been practicing, all my life. Anyway, I want to keep it short. There are a lot of good hams over here on the lake. I want to wish everybody happy Easter and stay safe. I'm trying to do that over here with my wife, stay at home most of the time. We need to go out for groceries, and to the sometimes to the pharmacy. But besides that, we try to stay home. And when we go out, we wear our mask and try to practice, hygiene, basically in the hands, you need to wash your hands. So 73 to everybody, have a good day, and hope to be again over here next week. WA1BTP on the Lonely Guys. This is 884-00776.
Okay, good enough, and 100% coffee, and yeah, it's the best policy. It's life is too short, as you say, and this isn't worth it to get involved in any activity. Anyone else see, Bud, your comments, and then we'll have a call-up. Go ahead, Bud.
Okay, Al. W1VTP, K1LC, 15 miles southeast of Boston, 42 degrees. Yeah, interesting subject. I can't say that I hold grudges. I tend to more to try to understand what the other person reasons for the grudge, reasons for the argument. I tend to, sometimes you learn something from understanding what the other person is trying to get across. Other times it just doesn't make sense, so I avoid the situation as much as I can. Yeah, someone said it, life is too short to hold grudges. Never really held any. Just long way to look around the problem. That's basically it here. Supposed to be a nice day in this area. I hope everyone has a good week and a good week coming up. So back to you, Al. Thanks for running the net. BTP.
NESMC, and actually I was involved in conflict resolution, and I was actually working conjunctly with Minister Gunsky, and there was a motivator too. Disagreement of wars, or whatever you want to call it, between two groups. And I found that sometimes it takes a little courage to get involved in conflict. And one was just I had to report on the pros and cons of the conflict. one with the group, and they were just too close. They were way too close on this limitations. I see how it goes. The guy used the coordinator and adjust the frequency, but there was another one that was just a little ways away, and they ended up upping their power, or raising their antenna, or whatever it was, and they ended up with a repeater wall. The other one was Tennessee and some Connecticut for the repeater group, and that one took a little bit of courage on my part, because I had to actually offer a complete frequency change, and, but they kept brief over that. So sometimes it's just to somebody would resolve the conflict. So think about that one. Do we have any additional stations to check into the one side conflict with us? Oh, okay, good. So let's promote the comments.
Yeah, that's still powerful. What it was on the iPad.
Yeah, as I was saying, the situation. Unfortunately, that's kind of I found experiences set up. Probably not often in the world. Maybe you don't even realize it being natural. So I'll go up to the kind of, and I'll start the kinder, gentler, diplomatic approach. 9 times out of 10, the guy didn't realize there's an AM window, or he didn't realize that his kid was really out of adjustment, and he straightened it out. Fortunately, they're listening. People that might get a license, but on the other hand, listen, or bystanders in somebody's game shack. Sure. And as we get older, and the new kids have got these big distractions on the internet, we're going to get depopulated. I was reading about Hiram Maxim back in 1919 and 1920. The Navy was trying to take over the frequencies after World War I. And he all the guys to write their congressmen and say they could say don't care. They're right there. They'd love to take over the frequencies. There's got to be a kinder gentler to the lids and the kids and the space cadets. And keep them on the air. K1QAL.
Yeah, maybe we could say that he was there once. Before our mentors, or whatever you want to call it, our owners put up with us at that point. And so it's our turn. So good enough, but it's up to let's see what that says. I see what everyone is interested. DLC, yes sir. We're going to IWQ, Joe, go ahead. K1BYD, Steve, you there? I'm sure we lost him. K1BYD, go ahead. CLST, U-turn. TRH, Steve, you there?
You're getting out fine now.
MCV, Jim. Over to Chet, N1GIC. You there, Chet? Okay, over to KD1SH, Bill. KD1SH, what's on?
Okay, yeah, very good. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone on the Morning Drive Street. KD1SH down here in the quiet corner of Connecticut, where we did not get a major snowstorm last night. We had a few little flurries in the air at some point during the afternoon yesterday, but I just found out this morning about the major snowstorm up in Maine, and my condolences to everyone up there who's affected by that. And it comes at a tough time, too, because I was reading on the Maine News Media that they have restrictions in place for all of the, apologize for the food example, all the utility crews, and some of those restrictions involve limiting the number of personnel in a vehicle going out on call. So that's going to be great. Hope that gets resolved soon. Anyway, as far as the subject of the law, I'm always saying, really simple. valuable and productive. And you find out that you have more in common than maybe you would think. And maybe even more in common than you have differences. So I just very recently actually had an experience that I confronted a neighbor who I really didn't know much about an issue. I thought it was just going to come into a very ugly shouting match. Understanding why she was doing what she did. I turned what I thought was an enemy into a good neighbor. And sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you have to look at it that way.
Personnel reduction. So it behooves the individual, even for the nation, get the projects that are important and need it.
Okay, well, I have on the list coming up here,
Yes, Cisco here. Is that right? This is N3RIK, and good morning to the Learning Guides tonight. And as far as the question goes, I'll keep it simple because there seems to be a little bit of fading today. We're answering all kinds of funny stuff, but I'm hearing you good and readable right now. As far as holding grudges and all that kind of stuff goes, there is no one general rule. The workplace is much different than my personal life and all that stuff. But I tend to go by that golden rule thing, treat others how you would want to be treated. And sometimes I might not understand why people do things, but sometimes that shows up later. And in general, it's generalized. My personality, I'd rather just be happy-go-lucky, let things be. Learn some stuff off my past, and be indifferent. That helps a lot too, when things straighten themselves out on their own later on, usually. Anyway, we'll toss it on back to the net there, W1BCC with N3RIK, and the Learning Guides net. Have a good day.
And we're receiving a lot of some good approaches here to getting along with each other, and along with that, of course, it involves something that is WUCD and WCRA. So WUCD, nice and still. there. Thank you. Very super fun side of it. Even though I do have a heart attack in the meantime. Good enough. Yeah, you're sitting in this. It's okay, over to Janet. The setting and your comments.
Okay, well, it's getting late, and I take it I'm just about the tail gunner. So I would speculate that the choice of the day is because of the season. And I grew up in a religious cult, so I spent a lot of time trying to figure it out. And spent about a year and a half, took a course in ancient Greek and read the New Testament in Greek. And an interesting factoid that a lot of people may not know is that there is such a thing as an unforgivable sin. So even God can hold an eternal grudge. That having been said, the first 20 years of my career was pretty nice. I got to work on some interesting projects and work with some good people. The last 20 years, it was like skinny dipping in a tank of piranha. And, you know, I don't have any time to waste on the people that were doing bad to me. I have two exes, both of them are deceased, and no, I didn't do it, but for the period after that, we were still in contact. We could talk about business and not fight anymore. On the other hand, thinking back to middle school, there was one school bully that, you know, I probably would not forgive them. There was a person that I worked for that had sociopathic personality and knowingly shipped defective products, and I unfortunately was involved in it. I'm glad I don't work there anymore, and I don't waste any time thinking about it particularly. There was one friend who had some vision problems, and I had to drive him. And I found out from somebody else that knew them that she was using me to take her to places where she was buying drugs. I thought they were a little strange, but once I discovered that, I ended the friendship. They tried to move back into the area after a while and tried to renew the friendship, and I just made it clear that I didn't want to get involved in that sort of thing. So anyway, looking back, I messed up a lot of my life, and a lot of that stuff is non-reversible. So, you know, I've got an awful tab. Whether I get forgiven for that or not, I don't know. You know, getting up in age and having the medical conditions I do, it's a bit of a concern, but it is what it is, and I can't waste any time on it. So, in the interest of just moving forward, I don't spend a lot of time dwelling on it. But there are people in this world that do such egregiously bad things that they should be removed from their positions of power, I think, and relegated to the scrap heap. Anyway, far too long, and, well, too long didn't read, but being the tail gunner, I guess guess that's my take. W1VTP, AB2RA.
Good observations, Janice, and very good to start by. And things are going to move on, and people take, well, that's one of the really bad things when somebody takes advantage of you. I had that happen one or two times, and I found it very hard to, once I found out the true colors of the individual, I found it very hard to maintain any kind of friendship with us. There's nothing to do with forgiveness. I don't think it's a biblical concept is to agree quickly with your enemy and move on. And the rest of that effectively. So there is a legitimate separation if you find out that somebody is going to be harmful to you as in a personal relationship. Thanks for stopping by, Janice, and be curious how you make out with your writing project. I still have eight writing in the background and the tomorrow and more. Perfectly happy with the call and say
Okay, very good. Thank you, Al. We very much think it's an appropriate topic today. Maybe turn down the heat too much. Anyway, that's pretty close. And good morning to Janice. I want to say I agree. I had a bully, and we were just thinking about that recently, and folks that are doing violence or wish you harm, get away. There are many sociopaths among us. No time for that. Yes, I want to say what a terrific website you have. And also have a project Viking too. So we'll see how all that pans out. On the topic, the difference is about getting past through this, going on with your life. Anger and stress, don't buy their stuff. They are harmful. That's negativity. I want to look back to occasions when a local kid burglarized my house. I want to forgive that. And hired a carpenter. He screwed up a bunch of stuff. Some of it never got fixed. Some of it got fixed with some cost. I mean, stuff that happens on the radio is relatively small compared to my character. My father used to say, don't sweat the small stuff. And I've seen something. Let's be kind. I like that amateur code. Never want to take somebody else's legitimate in a positive way. So anyway, that's the story here, Al. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm a BMW 5100. I was testing it. I brought does not make smoke. It seems to be working, but I'm not comfortable with zero metering because, I like to dip the plate for crying out loud. So thanks for taking it out. Very nice net here, and gives us a moment here in the holidays to reflect and think those good thoughts. W1 VTP. This is K1ZS.
Disconnected just not making contact with the rotor and status. That's easy enough to find. assistant will probably find out if I need it there. That'd be a good thing. Anyway, good luck with that project, and I'd be interested in how you progress along with that.
That's just a lack of motivation. That's all.
Let me put you on the list, okay? I think the fact that they were pulling such enough. Let me get out of that.
1
Okay. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I tend to personalize inanimate objects, and that's worth some money too. They usually throw away $700, and converting them, they just taken care of. So, all right. Well, I'm glad you came back. I had basically blocked out all of the non-respondents because they're getting up to national standards. I'm going to have 4 more than 27 other stations, and I'll have to do a policy with security net. Next on the list is W1CTC, Bob from Orange. Any comments? W1CTC, your comments?
Yeah, this is W1CTC. Good morning to the net. Well, I try to stay out of controversy, and just because radio is supposed to be fun, and if it aggravates me, I turn it off. And other than that, I was married for 42 years, and have been convinced by my former wife, my widowed wife, that everything is my fault. So everything is my fault, so everybody else can just lay it on me. This is W1CTC, back to net.
Yeah, okay. No, it's not worth it. It's unhealthy. And we need to have a strategy for extricating ourselves from these odd situations or bad situations. I mean, if you're in a position of authority, the offsets of the frequency dial. If it's your workplace, you see the text behind it, you protect it, and if it's not, it's your responsibility. That needs to come up.
Well, good morning, Al. Boy, Big Net this morning doing a great job. Thanks for your input here. I know I got it last week. You got it this week. I guess Steve is still on the move, or at least he's not set up. I heard him this morning. W1VTP and the Lonely Guys, KG2IR. Just on a quick break, Al. Are you copying me okay?
Oh, very good signal.
Okay. Well, the day is wearing off. Boy, you've been at it a long time. I downloaded the log, but it was only had it to 36, which was Bob CTC. Anyway, interesting subject this morning. Great stories. Listening to some great attitudes people have towards conflict. And I think Timmy said it very succinctly that as we get older, we don't tolerate crap. We just don't have the patience. It's like when you have kids when you're young, it's easy because the physiology of the person when you're young and anxious to have children and everything else, you put up with a lot. But you find this thing to be true that when you get older, and we love our grandchildren, looking forward to having great-grandchildren, but you don't have the tolerance to put up with all the goings-on with young children about the houses they're learning and doing things that they shouldn't be doing, blah, blah, blah. You miss them, and when they come, you have a lot of fun with them, and you're glad when they go home. And that's all part of that psychological mechanism, I believe, that people go through as we get older. And that's part of it. You just don't have time for crap. People get old and ornery. And of course, I think we have witnessed it with a lot of people who are aged in our families and friends, how they become belligerent. It's almost like they're angry because they're old and they get very feisty and they just can't help it. So I think that mechanism happens to just about all of us to various degrees. Some of us get better, and I guess we do mellow with age. We don't get into details anymore when it's not important. We recognize what could hurt us and what if you ignore it, won't do anything negative to you anyway, and you don't have that kind of, if I could use that term, fight. My experience, I was, listening to all the comments, and I kind of went through all the incidents I thought I could muster up and remember, and I can't remember a lot of them, and I don't think I had too many of them. I mean, I've had people that I was in upper management in several, fairly large companies, and you have that kind of conflict, but that's related to work. It's like a lot of people have had bosses that they don't like, but they don't mind working for them. They just don't like them. If they weren't your boss, they wouldn't be your friend, A lot of people have relatives they don't like, that if they weren't their relatives, they wouldn't even associate with them. So that kind of stuff, I think, goes on all the time. My only one big incident that I had was relative to actually ham radio. And it was by an individual, I'm not going to mention names or call letters, that I realized had some form of psychological problem. I found out later through people who, told me what this person was like in the past. I've known the person for like 10 or 12 years at the time, and I can't even remember the circumstances, but it got really bad to a point where this person actually wrote a letter to the FCC, to Riley Hollingsworth. Remember him? The code enforcer of amateur radio. Wrote a letter, very, very descriptive letter to the FCC about me and how I was this person that was doing all these things on the radio, interfering with QSOs and bad transmitter and all this other stuff. I mean, it was a very formal letter. So unfortunately for him, I had a pretty good relationship with Riley. I was doing some work with him because I was dealing with him on a professional level at 30 Rockefeller Plaza with some issues we were going through and licenses and whatnot. So I had a good relationship with him and some of the other people in the Gettysburg office. So he told me, he sent me the complaint, and I had to reply to it. But he also sent me the letter, which he was not supposed to do, I think, of what this person sent to him. And he knew me, and he knew my background, and, he didn't quite believe most of what was in there. I'm not going to go into details. He says, but, you're going to, by law and regulation, you're going to have to reply. So I did that. I did it. He says, you got to write it in a letter. I said, well, okay, I'll write it. But he says, if you want to send it an email, I'll accept it, whatever you want to put down. So I wrote a little dissertation on his complaints about me and my equipment and everything else. Now, I knew this guy for a lot of years. He even helped me put this station together by getting me some components, like a lot of guys helped me out, like the usual amateur radio personalities that want to help another ham, and knew a lot about my installation. I've been here, and we were friends with his girlfriend at the time. He's married now, and we had a personal relationship. And just like that, it exploded, and it had something to do with a broadcast facility. I was doing some consulting work for a big company. Again, I don't want to mention names. And this person was trying to weasel his way into the company, and doing so, he undermined some of the things that I did and claimed this and claimed that. So anyway, I did reply to Riley. Riley called me, and we spoke a number of times on occasion. He said, don't worry about it. I've had a conversation with him. He's not going to do that. That whole thing was exposed. But it made me so upset, more than angry, that somebody would do that. And I didn't want other people to think of it, because this was being posted when people were watching, getting online and going to the FCC site and seeing all the complaints and how they were being resolved. So I figured, hey, I need my day in court. So I did send this letter, his letter and my answer, to the FCC, to a number of people, and a number of people who's ever listening, and maybe you even remember, Al, I'm not sure if I knew you at the time, knows the person, the whole incident, because I sent, no baloney. I sent a copy of his letter, and it was just absolutely absurd. So, and then further to that, I found out the individual behavioral patterns, if I can be so kind, and this leads up to the fact that even at horse traders, they tried to say, well, let's shake hands and forget the whole thing and willing to apologize. I said, look, here's the deal. It was a very bad experience. I don't hold any grudges. I just found out what kind of person this individual is. And in my short lifetime, I don't really have room for people I would not turn my back on or trust. So let's just leave it at that. And that's what I did. They have nothing to do with the person. Not that I see or run into the person. I occasionally hear them on the air, but that's about it. And so that's my big to-do. I mean, we had the W2 VJZs, people like that. There's another one individual that used to be a real cool guy and went crazy. And then it was two guys that up in the Connecticut and New Hampshire area, a lot of us had difficulty with. It seems to have settled down. But those people, you just steer clear. I'm sure there's, as I say all of this, there's people who are listening that have contacts in amateur radio that were brief, or maybe 4 or 5 or something, and really don't want to talk to that person anymore. So when they're on, they don't even get on, and when they're not on, then you get on, and probably that person does the same thing. So there's probably a number of amateur radio operators, especially here on 75 meters and AM, that people don't want to talk to that other person that they're hearing on the air. They just avoid them and avoid conflict. And as we get older, that's we don't want that anymore. We don't tolerate it. So there's a lot of people out there that we don't deal with anymore. And a lot of people you don't know. I found out through the grapevine a number of people who I was friendly with, 2 or 3 parties that don't talk to each other, and I didn't even know that. I figured, well, they just didn't get on the air at the same time, or they did, and I didn't hear the conversation. So it's not uncommon. I'm sure that went on a lot. And people who were prior, really good friends, and now are, I don't want to say arch enemies, but literally steer clear of them. It's a shame, but that's the way it is. In my case, I found out what kind of person this individual is. And I said, there's no way I would want to associate with a person like that. I couldn't trust him. So I just steered clear. I never said anything. I never did anything. He kind of buried himself when he tried to forcefully undermine my even existence. But that's the only way. I have nothing to do with it. So I'm sure people will have that kind of association. And you're right, it's another comment. And I've said, remember, this is a hobby. For some people, it's their whole lives. And their life revolves around amateur radio. To me, it's just one facet of one of the quite few hobbies I have, and the rest of my life. And you can either turn a dial or turn it off, and it's immediately gone. But some people live this hobby, so it's kind of pathetic. But that's the way it is. It's a behavioral challenge. Hal, again, great that took over the net today. Did a great job. A lot of people. Great subject. Wonder who came up with it. But I'll send it back to you. Thanks for letting me in here. W1VTP and the gang, KG2IO.
Here's Rosie. She says hi. Yeah, we have to check things before. Something just philosophical or whatever. As we get older, we have 2 cows. We can see one is to be mellow, and it has to work forever.
Alrighty, there you go. I hope this is better. I'll make it short. I had the distinct learning of pleasure, if you will, of listening when I first started amateur radio some 50 years ago. With regard to the elders on frequency, I had both good impressions and awkward ones. And the issue is some personalities. I think we all have mentioned and attributed aspects to those personalities on this conversation this morning. But the key thing is, I found that jumping into the present, that it is a matter of personal growth. And of course, everybody's experiences are different. Personalities as well as how they were brought up and what values they have, and how they interact, including myself. And so I've come to learn as well as to enjoy many people's personalities, especially today. And of course in the past too, a lot. Those were long since passed. And I remember them well. They ushered me very well with humor, with temperance, tolerance, and of course those others that weren't so blessed with those values, I still became, shall we say, wise to prepare myself on the air. Anyway, those are my 2 cents, comments, and I wish all the very best. Have a great weekend, all of you. Stay well, stay healthy. Back over to Net Control,
Okay, Al. Well, that's about the best I can do. Well, Stuart Lee is really starting to set in here. And I think you caught me in a dip there versus there were times, Al, over the last couple of minutes where that's nice. So I guess I'm subject to the same conditions. But good morning and good morning to the next show. And one yeah, I'm listening to the majority of the net and just trying to get some stuff down here in the chat. I figured I would pop in here at the end. Really interesting. Where I have to say I was chronically plagued with and even young adulthood for some period of time, and it really brought me to a much better understanding of myself through a lot of pretty painful experiences. And figured out along the way for survival in my book, because it does have the capacity to eat you alive and leading to making other really bad choices that cause pain and destruction for everybody around you. So in order to avoid that, I really try to find it's just not a luxury I can afford as far as holding grudges. So I try to take it in a practical way. So if I'm disturbed enough, so that I can, of course, get on with my life a little bit more comfortably, but then hopefully be of service to the people around me, even if it means taking people that I'm disturbed. I've heard a lot of great things this morning about employment situations, and I've faced some of those things where, people are, maybe seeking to manipulate and, impose their will on a situation for directing, certain activities, and it can be very frustrating. And there have been times where I've had to just kind of say, time to move on. And I've done that to great benefit for my life in general. But not to jump. So I would just say, in general, seeking resolution spiritual fitness is the order of the day. So there's my time. Thanks for letting me know, and I'll listen out for whatever's left of me. 71GC2. Hope you heard that. Conditions are really waning here. This is N1VIV.
This is just fine. OCD, control for PSID, and so if he's not running and he needs to tell his people behind him that that's not going to happen.
Just a quick one after the net, AB2RE. After the net for you.
Okay. This is from the regular session of the Lonely Guys Net. We meet every Saturday at 8 o'clock local time. And for the purpose of fellowship and music discussion. Steve normally is the next show, and Steve, if you're listening, please make yourself, cobble up something. We need to have you back. Anyway, this W1VTP securing the net, and I just Dennis has something for me, so I'll stand by.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's good to hear Rosie back talking. I've always loved my cats that were vocal. We would carry on a conversation, meowing back and forth. Actually, I learned several words in cat language in the process. The Viking 2 CDC, as you know, has a 6J6 as a processor. And I'm taking off from my original design. I had 3 sockets to work with, and the design with 2 sockets was kind of marginal. There wasn't much room for error. This has enough headroom to actually install an inverse feedback loop and reduce distortion, and would have plenty of gain, even with probably a dynamic microphone if the hum levels are under control. So I intend to write that up when I get it done. I've done a lot of the stuff that I originally did. And I did have a question. Possibly, do you have a full manual for the Johnson 250-20 low-pass filter that mounts to the back of the Viking 2 CDC? And if so, could you scan it and send it to me? And we'll know where I can find it online. I have the first page, but the second page that tells you how to adjust the capacitors on either end of the if you had a channel that you were interfering with, say around 15 meters, you could actually optimize those for channel 3, which was the common one to be interfered with. You just watched your television and dialed it for minimum herringbone in the picture. So that's it. Good net. Hope I didn't get too pontifical about the religious item, but I assume that was the motivation for the topic. W1VTP, AB2RA.
Yeah, I may have something, Dennis, and if I do, I have a very rare Johnson Viking catalog, and I forget what year it was, but it was the catalog that had the product plus the schematic, and there might be some information there. Otherwise, I usually what I do is I just go and I try to pretty good results with that. So let me look around. I do not have the manual per se. I'm pretty sure I can get some information out of my 60 vintage EFA.
Yeah, that would be great. A schematic would be wonderful, but just the correct technique for adjusting those trimmers. Some people adjust them for minimum SWR, and of course, if you have a spectrum analyzer with a tracking oscillator, obviously you could adjust the notch where you wanted it. But I'm not sure which function, whether it's SWR or tuning the notch. I know Bud made one with 5 variable capacitors on it, and it was a very complex procedure. And I do have the manual for that, where you build a little piece of glass to shorten to the chassis, and then adjusted them with a Goodbit meter, I think. First, the calibration of Goodbit meter is rather sketchy, unless you have a frequency counter on it. But anyway, thanks. Anything you can scrounge up would be appreciated. And good luck with your Viking 2. I think it's well worthwhile as a rig. And in fact, I prefer it to the Valiant. The Valiant isn't that much increase in power. And because I like CW, the Viking 2 will go on all the work bands. And the CDC even covers 5 megacycles. AV2RA.
AV2RA from WGTC. Yeah, I have a BMW low-pass filter. It's very well built. And I bought that back in the days when I was a teen. And I somehow managed to survive the major throw-out of my father when he moved to Florida.
I'm all set on both the CDC and the Viking 2 as far as manuals, but the low-pass filter. And he's a younger guy with a real passion for the hobby, and I love working with him. And he just appreciates the old stuff and keeping things looking original. And I did advise him. He's planning on using this on 17 meters, and I said, well, you know, most people aren't using TV antennas, but you can interfere with FM. So if you're going to do that, it'd be a good idea to use a filter. And I have two of them here. Actually, one of them I'm thinking of mounting to the back of my Viking 2, just as it would with a CDC. Of course, the CDC had 3 drilled holes where you mounted the Johnson 250-20. So one of these is going to him, and it certainly has enough power rating to handle anything the Viking 2 would do. Anyway, I'm thinking you said it was Rosie's pancreas. The other final thing I want to note is you just had a terrific signal, and a lot of the people along toward the end, they were just weak. I don't know, the antenna or whatever. But Don and I are seriously talking, once the weather gets better, of getting push-up mast and trying to get this dipole up to the 50 or 60-foot level if we can. A lot of gyros, so I've got to figure that problem out so I can motor it out. Anyway, thanks, and if you can find me something on the low-pass filters, anything, even just somebody that says how to tune the capacitors, that would be appreciated. And always good to talk to you, Al. I enjoy your friendship. W1VTP AB2RA.
I forgot to mention one thing. Do you have access to a network analyzer such that you can measure S22 and S21 over?
No, it's on my Christmas list, but I've got an MFJ analyzer and, of course, a good SWR bridge and a grid dip oscillator. But I don't know, and I would think if you measured them with a grid dip oscillator with the case off and then slid the case on, you'd get valid anymore. I suppose I could run the signal generator into it, and I have a 150 megacycle scope, and I could watch the scope and wobble the frequency back and forth. I have a sweep generator that needs repair. Someday I'm going to get that going, but that's the test equipment status.
Position on the cast, and we were going to assume, for the sake of argument, that the inductors haven't been violated. And the only other thing would be usually they have compartments of one and that might involve a seed capacitor. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, boy, you have to bump that up to the frequency up to Rosie says goodbye. That's a good sign of truth. Anyway, we'll see you later. Take care. Thanks for reciprocal. See you later. Have a good one.
The capacitors are accessible on the ends. There's a little screwdriver adjust, and it actually sticks out of the can. And I have 3 Heathkit sweep generators, all the same model. And I think if I do some triage, I can get one of them working. And with a diode probe, it should be possible to see what the adjustment's doing. And that should be enough without a lot of fancy, expensive, modern solid-state stuff. I used to work in a TV shop, so I know how to use a sweep oscillator. And that should get me there. But I just need to know what the heck to adjust to. It's a 250-20. And thanks again, AB2RA 73.
Take care. hearing about that Zoom quite a bit, and I suggest to look into it. My daughter in Virginia, she keeps in touch with the family through the phone. It's not been a one of the things that we know. Well, I've got a new car now. I have a Grand Caravan. I have to put the seats down in the back. And the side one so that they get these flat.
2.
Couldn't hear Tim. I thought the entertainment had stopped. Okay. Good morning to you. And, Tim, we're taking on morning service. That's a good time because there's a organized logistics method. Which is one of my long-standing goals. While going home to organize my logistics method. And you are actually doing this. I have a slightly different question for you.
C-146s as modulators if I could get a mod transformer that will fit in there, and then keep it all contained. And if not, just maybe do a turnaround. I mean, this is a long-term project. I'm not going to start it anytime soon. But we wanted to get your thought on it. The other thing is, I don't know if he still has it. He had a license fee that is stood up modified for EM. And I have no idea what it is. I like the WRWMDAN. Yeah, take a rest. I need to get sick. And let all the snow melt. Hopefully it'll warm up and melt down. I did hear about the pillar snow up in Maine. And surprised you don't have that. So, I bet you all the power crews are taking the coronavirus holiday. So I hope you get that going again. But yeah, I chose a specific to a certain LTFM station speaking about resetting some of the voices for tonight. And maybe put them up for other people to use. So, alrighty, that's it here. Started here, nice day. We'll get out and put the rock right along and listen to the start up.
is W1ADX. I think I heard you. It's at N1YTN, W1ADX. That's you, Glenn? Exactly beating the drum too loudly, but don't see too much going on up and down the band. N1YTN, W1ADX, you staying safe? Easier to understand. I caught every word that time, so I guess the band is just kind of crummy. it shouldn't surprise us, I guess. You know, noontime, 75 meters, not so great. But I caught you on that one. Okay, yeah, I'm running the lazy radio here, the SDR, and driving the solid state up to 150 watts carrier. Any event, not too much going on here. Heard a few stations. Thought I would make a little noise before lunchtime and see who I could scare up. So glad I woke you up. W1AF. Swallowed you up that time. So looks like it's going to be a no-go here at the moment. So I'm going to go back into listening mode and just let it sit here and see if things come back to life. I'm YTN W1AX. Thanks for calling in. Thanks. W1AF. Back to listening.
Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta listening, 3875. CQ calling CQ calling CQ 75 meters. CQ calling CQ calling CQ 75. This is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta. Whiskey 3E Echo M Mike D Delta. W3EMD Eastern New York State calling. CQ 75 CQ calling CQ 75 meters. CQ calling CQ 75. This is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta. Whiskey 3E Echo M Mike D Delta. W3EMD Eastern New York State calling. CQ calling CQ 75 meters. CQ Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta listening. Yeah, I'm afraid you're kind of down in the noise at my location, my friend. I don't think I can copy. I have a mild line noise here about S3, and you're down in that region now. Maybe conditions will change later on, but I don't think we can make it. Try one more time though. Let's just see if that was QSB. This is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta, listening for the station calling. WA0 station, I got that. Can I have the rest of the call sign in phonetics, please, a couple times? Over. Yeah, I'm afraid you went back down, so I didn't get it. You did come up a little bit during the previous transmission, and I got Whiskey Alpha 0, but that's about it, and then back down. It is midday conditions with very high D level absorption, and etc., and so not surprising. And I'm running fairly high power, about 350 watts carrier here. So let's try again on another time. The WA0 station, this is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta 73, and thank you very, very much for calling. IAJ1G, W3EMD, well, I'm copying you, good S7 to 8, fine, and the following is a disclaimer. Any minute now my wife might call me for lunch, which is more important than 75 meters. So, nice day here. Just writing down the date and the time here. Nice day here, and just went out and did weekly shopping, you know, behind masks and everything, Chris. So, went to
to local supermarket. And it was not a bad or unpleasant experience. AJ1G, how are you today? W3EMD, go ahead.
W3EMD. I just got back from a shopping foray myself, and I went to all the local groceries, and the struggle of McQuaid and Luxury and Mystics, and also out in Jamestown, Rhode Island. So we got 2 stores. That's about it for groceries. We've been going with them for over 40 years. The first time I got to them, took all the stuff in. But it's pretty impressive. Every single worker in the store was wearing a mask. Pretty good. We did have a lot of toilet paper and a bottle of mold. I'm hoping that the reason that they're charging that much is that they got it, but they had a very high price to pay. They're selling with very little markup. Probably the particular store chain is very good. The biggest thing is the short supply. Our son over in Westerly requested if they had any extras, the sanitary wipes. Those are getting a lot of use. I always bring some in with me, and of course, if the store has, I'll grab a couple. And, between the mask and the gloves, I feel pretty safe in the store. And everything that I buy, I put right back into the cart that I have already sanitized myself. And I have a little decon area, so to speak, in the back of the closet of a ball ball. But basket, I went down with the light, and then packages of food I buy on there, wiping them down and putting them in the bags, and then not putting them in the store for a while. Same thing with the mail. We have a post office box down the southern borough. That thing is pretty much sat at 38.85. Something else got to watch for. I have to kind of like, use a little English to get it to engage properly. It's very, very touchy. Maybe that's what they're doing with the surplus housing and so on. Now, mine is actually a ATC. It was a Navy one. I think they were in the supply chain.
subbing out 80 Magnavox. Now I've got a Magnavox TCS receiver here. Anyhow, back to you, and yeah, things are sounding good, and what's sounding
Yeah, AJ1GW3EMD. I thought I was a lot closer, and I put the rig on about a half an hour before. You are right, and I'm not sure I followed that technique, Chris. I'm not sure I followed that technique of coming from above down. I'll check the frequencies again and see if I can correct that. Because it was pretty close when I set them up, but it might not have stayed close. Yeah, the same here. We're very careful in the stores. It's a little disappointing. We're in the northern part of Dutchess County, and the further south you go toward Poughkeepsie and then eventually Putnam and Westchester, you know, the concentration of illness becomes higher. And up here, I think people are a little complacent. I would say 50-55% of the patrons in the store, in the supermarket, this is a top supermarket, were wearing masks, and maybe only 30 or 40% of the staff. It appears that with staff, it must be voluntary. Some of the staff people were wearing gloves and masks. Some were wearing masks, but I don't think it was more than half of the employees in the store, which kind of surprised me. I had to go for my car repairing place yesterday. I had to have some work that was kind of urgently needed to be done, and there they were just incredibly careful. All people behind the counter, hand sanitizers. When you give them your credit card, they put it on a sanitizer cloth before you pick it up. It was quite amazing precautions. But the supermarket is not particularly so. They do have the cashiers behind large sheets of plexiglass, but surprised to see employees with no protection from either spreading or receiving. And as I say, maybe half of the customers, maybe more than half, but not using the precautions. Yeah, I don't know who made this ART-13. It's got a Navy emblem on it. It says Mike X-Ray 128/ART-13, and has a serial November X-Ray Sierra Alpha 45461. That is printed, then stamped in the nameplate is probably the serial number 3771 : then printed the letters Charlie Zulu Romeo. So and there's a little Navy emblem, U.S. Navy emblem in the middle between those two. So it was definitely a Navy unit. And whether it flew or whether it was on a ship, that's hard to say. That's hard to say. So, but the ATU is working. I just, again, I've had the thing on the air since, since last summer. But I never fooled with the ATU and decided to try to set it up. And lo and behold, everything worked. Well, it worked when I bought the rig, when it was demonstrated. Bought this rig from Jeep, K3 HTV, down near Baltimore. And, we went through the operation then. There's also an external capacitor box that he built, which is too big for 20 meters. So for 20 meters, I have to bypass his capacitor box and just put 100 picofarad across the output to get it to near 50 ohms where my antenna tuner likes to see it. The Johnson KW Matchbox. I always forget to comment on the fact that one of my closest friends, Dave W3WKP, who I've known since 1967 when he was a medical resident in Charlottesville and I was a graduate student at UVA. His wife had a family place in Stonington, and they used to go to Stonington frequently. I'm not sure they still do, since that side of the family seems the older previous generation is all gone. I believe they probably sold it. But that's how I knew the word Stonington before you. I think I am going to get the lunch call pretty soon here, so I think I will sign, Chris, before I get interrupted in the middle. Look for you later, and I will try that trick of coming down from above. Put the rig on. The problem is that I have to do that with a signal on the air. The way my frequency counter is set up here, it's on the input to the tuner. And the output from the tuner is balanced line, so I can't put that in the dummy load. So I will, the only way I can do it is with the using the antenna. So I'll try and do that before 3885 gets crowded today, and I could try it on 3875, I guess. Over to you for a short final. And maybe be on here later. AJ1G in Stonington, Connecticut, W3EMD. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, very good, Buzz. Yeah, my transmitter, in fact, that's how I know how the receiver works. Mine, there's an instruction plate for how to set the auto tune right between accuracy and readability on the vernier on those sections. I have a brand new vernier. I think it's the right number 5 control, control all the way to the right. I've got a brand new auto tune unit with the knob and everything. I believe that has the vernier for an accurate stability feature on it. Brand new. I use it as like an office paperweight or a curiosity. People always would wonder what it was. A lot of people thought it was a reminder for me to make sure to lock my locker on a secure area time. It kind of looks like a Sergeant repository style. And it sort of served that purpose. They came home with me. I had it in the office for years. People always wonder what it was. I explained to them what it was. The history of the radio and how the thing works. It's a pretty cool system. Yeah, what I do here is I have a very similar setup. I have a big bill on the transmitter. The big black cookie wrapped multiple times around the coax. There's enough common mode current pickup that even on a very well matched antenna, I have enough signal to drive the counter and also that's across the room on the bench. Okay, on the edge, the family do it for about 3 days. August 9th through 13th, 4 days. There was a British squadron. I think they're actually tuning themselves up for the Battle of Fort McHenry. So one of the ships, all those ships eventually ended up down in Baltimore. Now, at the water is way up in the Northwest Passage, which is another interesting story on that particular ship. But they, in both cases, local militia and still on display again where drove off the bridge. I think a lot of it had to do with maybe there's some kind of different style.
W3EMD. Okay, very good, Chris. Okay, on everything fine on the history of Stonington. Fascinating. So I'll catch up with you later, and we can continue this conversation. And I'm going to try the technique that you suggested for making sure that I'm on the right frequency. And you're right, it's written on mine too. Item 3. Tune the transmitter as described in the instruction manual. Turn the knobs either direction as required. But, and then underline, approach the final settings clockwise. You're right. This is W3EMD. Good afternoon, Chris. Talk with you later.
KC2DHU test. KC2DHU test 1, 2. KC2DHU done testing.
Give me just another minute here. you are, I'll tell you where you're at. Right now you're at 3875 times 3 minus 4. Okay, how's this? I'm looking at my counter. It has a very long immigration pattern. Don't go by me either, because I could have a calibration offset, but I got you, it's usually pretty close. I got you at about 3875, tax 278. This is 3875.25. I need to come down a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty damn close. I don't even have a BFO on. I'm just going by the carrier. But yeah, I didn't see it move much at all, hardly. That's 3875.1. That's good enough. Can you see the here? Just off the top. Below my lunch. Yeah, I concur. I'm showing 3875.116. I don't know what your readability is down there, but pretty damn close for government. Good enough. Thanks, W3MD will clear close. Hey, I think it moved. I think it moved down. Yeah, 3874.75. I'll come back and play with it later. Yep. Yeah, well, I don't know what the actual set is doing. Yeah, we're pretty close. I have no confidence in mine back here. Every once in a while I'll go with an offset. I found 125 megahertz offset. I have to we're not that a big duck. I have a very big branch and I'm all twisted up and hanging, like a broken arm on a tree right now. I'm going to take that down. And, I also got to get an appointment at the landfill for Crown Mountain.
KC2 DHU testing. Let's see. KC2 DHU test.
By the way, you did hear me, Tom, K2PM.
Hey, Pete.